Alrighty. What's good, everyone? Jump live right now. How's everybody doing today? Let me message the Instagram. Let the Instagram know that I am live. Let's let the Instagram know that I am live. I'm live, everyone. Exclamation point. Boom. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing right now? What's up, Laura? How you doing? What's up? What's up, Carly? What's up, the Tack? What's up, Mila? How you doing? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Rose? What's up, Politics QF? How you doing? What's up, Meg? Butterfinger, how you doing? What's up, Flower? What's up, Jess? What's up, Jayla? What's up? What's up, Lee? What's up, Amanda? How you doing? Allie, Pleasant, how you doing? What's up, Harmony? Katie, how you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It'll start getting it out to more people. What's up, everyone joining in? Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What's good, everyone joining in? What's good, what's good, what's good? We're going to get some debates up here very, very soon. We'll be on for some hours, Depends, obviously, whenever Dean gets on. But what's good, everyone joining in? Do you and Dean both live in LA? No. We should convince Dean to come out here, though. Where's the glasses? The glasses are in front of me. They're for whenever I have a headache. They're blue light glasses because I'm in front of like huge studio lights. Hopefully no cement guy. Yeah, that was brutal. That was diabolical, chat. Okay, diabolical, I tell you. What's up, Maudie? How you doing? Someone said, "Can you get a headache?" Well, that's diabolical. Bills fan, thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. Let's get everyone joining in the live right now. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen we're about to put up there. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, everyone. Let's get everyone joining in. We're going to give it a few minutes for people to join up. Normally it takes a few minutes for people to get in here, so do give it a second. Let's get everyone joining in. If you do like the content, make sure to follow me if you here haven't already. Hit that thumbs up, everyone. You're probably already following me if you're here right now. Thank you so much, the Gem Gun. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to go on to the next person, everyone. Or I mean the first person here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We actually don't have any guest requests right now, so we're just going to wait. What's good, everyone? Do give it a second for people to join up. Sam, thank you for the greeting heart. Thank you. What's good, everyone joining in? I'm Parker, too. W name? W name? Dean collab when? Dean and I will be on live soon. We have actually something coming soon. I just gotta say, something coming, a lot of stuff coming soon. Dean and I have a lot of collab stuff coming soon. Did the volume just get quieter? Is it still quieter? I hope not. I hope not. I can turn up the volume as well. I have the ability to like make it even louder. So, yes, it did. A refresh and it's better. Okay, it must be just TikTok. All right, everyone. We're going to start getting some people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. Yeah, the volume got quieter. That must be a TikTok issue. Is everything okay on YouTube? Everything okay on YouTube? Stacy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Oh, W Brooklyn. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Switch, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 8.
Fetus? Actual fetus? Loud and clear? Okay, perfect. It must be a TikTok thing, everyone. Because YouTube seemingly is fine. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. You're my favorite.
Jay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe we'll get food and do something like that. We'll see. I mean, we always say stuff like that and then never have time. Like, we're always so busy. We're going to give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Give it a second. We don't really have any guest requests right now. Right now, we have a lot of fetuses trolling, so do give it a second, everyone. If you want to help get it out to more people, tap that screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Alrighty, we're going to start getting some people up here. Do only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo,
Yo,
what's up?
what's
How
up,
old are you?
Parker? I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Nah, I'm just asking if you like.
I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
I'm 21, 2004,
What month?
July.
For sure. Why do you support Donald J. Trump?
Well, listen, man. I did vote for Donald Trump just because, I didn't like Kamala Harris. I don't really like Donald Trump, but I did vote for him. I think both parties are corrupt. I think it's ran by the same people, but I did vote for Trump.
Okay. Why?
Because if Kamala went in office, we would have been fucked.
Kamala. Why?
Kamala?
Kamala.
Not Kamala.
It's Kamala.
Tomato, tomato. But
No,
why?
not with someone's name. Not with someone's name. I mean, do you want me to do that to you?
I mean, I don't think he can do it to me.
I can.
All right, what would you call me then?
I could just come up with whatever I want.
Not really. I mean, just get close to it. So it's Mickey, but Vicky. Someone's saying Santiago. That's a good answer. Missy, yeah, Dickie. You can call me Little Dickie, boys. But listen, man, I don't support Trump. Trump's a fucking jackass, but Kamala's a jackass too.
Kamala. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello,
Yo,
can you
what's
hear
up?
me?
How old are you?
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you chopped piece of shit. Fuck you, man. You fucking ugly piece of shit. You fucking bitch. You fucking dumbass. You a fucking dumbass. You fucking ugly, man. You chopped. You chopped as hell. That's all I can say. You fucking ugly.
Do you feel better now? Did you get it out?
I apologize.
You're good. You're good. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely. I support him getting deported. Goodbye.
Interesting. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. And why is that?
To be honest with you, I think the economy is on the uprise. I know it's struggling a little right now, but I think the liberal way that everyone's pushing is going to destroy the economy over time. And I feel like no one's thinking about the future. Everyone's just thinking about the present. Oh, gas prices, grocery prices are up, whatever. I feel like no one's thinking about the future of the country, just like present tense.
Okay. How are liberal ways going to destroy the economy?
Well, just the fact of focusing. I know, like, everyone's focused about like one thing is like the whole kind of like green movement. Like, I get it. You're trying to like make the world healthier in a sense, but like that's not necessarily what we need right now to be functioning as a country.
Okay. And so how are liberal ways destroying the economy?
Well, so I just want to throw this out there. I tried to get in Dean's live the other day. Couldn't make it in because he has a pretty long wait list. And one of the things he had mentioned was something about GDP lowering when Donald Trump was in office.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I feel like everyone's pushing like an unrealistic image of like, it's hard to explain, but like, I feel like everyone's just pushing this like weird image, like liberal image. That's just like kind of, I don't know. It's it's just very odd. Like the things you believe in, the whole thing about
What's odd specifically? Push the couch,
what?
thank you. What's odd specifically about our economic beliefs?
I don't know, just the circulation of money, to be honest.
The circulation of money, and that happens in every economy. Well, what
I know,
specifically
but
about liberals?
what do you mean? What specifically about
Yeah,
liberals?
you said like liberals, like it was weird or something. Like our economic policies, you said our economic policies destroyed the country, but then you have yet to mention one.
Well, I mean, we really struggled under Biden. So, I mean, clearly the things he was
Because of
pushing
what
were.
policies?
Well, I mean, I can't like name them off the top of my head. I didn't really sit there. I didn't really hear anything about his policies or anything that was going on. Like Trump, I know his first term, I was hearing things in terms of like policies happening.
Mm-hmm.
Read in there.
What type of news do you listen to?
Any news channel that's on, liberal and Republican.
Such as?
Fox, CNN, ABC, everything, anything that's on. I know that some of them have their liberal pushes and some of them have Republican pushes, but I listen to all of them.
Okay. So then here would be my question essentially. Is where did you hear that liberal ways destroy the economy without knowing what policies would destroy the economy?
Because I mean, you just see it. You see it day to day. Like you see, in terms of, I wanted to hit on in terms of like the prices of things right now. Economically, everyone's like pissed off. I would say as a whole, liberal and Republican, kinda. I would agree with that. That like prices of everything are ridiculous. But like, do you not agree with the tariffs and the things happening? Because like we're cutting off, like China, for example. Trump's trying to make everything here instead of importing from China, which I think, yeah, it makes a struggle now. But like, if you're thinking about the future, it's going to help us because then we're not reliant on anybody else. I don't think we should be reliant. I don't think we should have ever been reliant, you know? We get so much from other countries, a lot of things that we can get here. And people just, under the Biden administration, I feel like they just didn't put the effort into like the whole oil thing. Like, why shut that down? Like, why shut down that pipeline? What was the, maybe you could explain to me what the purpose of that was.
Yeah, so there's a few things here. Tariffs are not cutting off China. We still engage in trade with China. China is one of our largest trading partners. Okay, the idea that we've cut off China due to Donald Trump's economic policy is ridiculous. You also said that you wanted prices to go down. You thought prices were too high, and then you want tariffs that put upward pressure on prices, that cause prices to go up. And then the Keystone XL portion of the pipeline was shut down by the Supreme Court for ecological concerns and the fact that it goes over indigenous land that was signed over to indigenous people via treaty.
When was that treaty?
I don't need to remember the year the treaty was in place. Does it matter?
Well, I just kind of wanted to know.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just very, and the whole abortion thing too. It really like.
Do you want to address any of the things I just said?
I mean, not necessarily. You gave me facts. That's fine. I don't know. If it's raising prices and it's hurting the economy, I don't understand why it's something so necessary to do like at the moment. Like I don't understand why you would just go and do something like that with the outcomes, you know?
So if it raises prices, why would they do the policy? Ask yourself, why'd you support the policy given that it raises prices? I'm just telling you how tariffs operate. Like, do you know what a tariff is yourself?
Yeah, it's a inflation on a price of an imported good. No,
It's a tax on an imported good paid by the American business that is importing the product, and it's passed down to the American consumer as it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution, meaning that then it's going to negatively disenfranchise low and middle income individuals to a greater extent.
Okay. Very well said. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really get it. The whole abortion thing too really pisses me off. That's like the biggest thing, to be honest. Like, I feel like it's like here there. Like Republicans and liberals, they both have like their things they believe in. That's always gonna like be like that. But the whole abortion thing really like puts me off. I don't know.
Do you think abortion
like,
should be illegal?
yeah, completely.
Okay. So in all circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
all
if
circumstances.
someone's going to die,
If they don't have an abortion,
yes.
how often does that happen?
Does that matter? I'm asking in that circumstance.
It does matter because, you know, people die for countless reasons every day on the street. And it's like,
And you don't want
if-
people to die, right?
well, obviously not.
So then answer this question.
I don't know. I guess it depends on scenario. I feel like it doesn't happen enough to be.
If someone is going to die, if they don't get an abortion, can they legally get access to an abortion under your view?
I think that I don't think that's like necessarily a thing. I think if someone was going to die, it would be completely different. I think even Republicans would support that.
Yeah, so
And
that's
I
what
think they do.
that's all I'm doing. I'm just asking you. Do you think someone should be able to get an abortion in that circumstance? Yes or no?
If they're going to die, yeah.
Okay. What about if they've been sexually assaulted?
I think that there's a certain period of time. Another Republican belief. I think there's a certain period of time that it shouldn't, you know, it shouldn't be allowed after a certain point. Which I think is.
I'm
think is
asking you a
kinda-
question about for people who are sexually assaulted. Do you think that they should be able to get access to an abortion?
To a certain point.
What point?
What's the mandate now? How many weeks in?
It's federally, or for Roe versus Wade, it was protected federally prior to viability, and then after viability, it was left up to the states. Now it's just left up to the states entirely.
Yeah, but I'm asking like at what point? So at any point it can be decided.
Yes, because it's up to the states.
No. To answer your question,
No to what? Just clarify further.
no. I don't think the baby should be killed because of an incident that happened in someone else's
Okay, so
life.
a 10-year-old girl gets assaulted. You're saying that they shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion?
10-year-old girl can't really have a baby.
Yes, they can. There have been girls younger. Okay.
I don't know. I think under a certain age, like there's a percentage, but like
So I'm asking you, in the circumstance in which a 10-year-old girl gets assaulted, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
I think they lead in it leads to a miscarriage most of the time.
Are you going to
10-year-old
respond, or are you
body.
not going to respond? Do you want me to just go on to the next person because you're being like unnecessarily difficult? Like you're actually just like trying not to engage with my points here. And I would rather not have to sit here and repeat the same thing over and over again in order to just to get you to respond to a simple question.
For a 10-year-old girl, I mean, I guess, yeah.
They should legally be able to get access to an abortion. Okay, for an adult,
No,
why not?
because I think that they could save a life instead of. I think a 10-year-old's mind versus an adult's mind. I think that you can make kind of a different decision based off the age, and that's not saying like
What do you mean a different decision? I'm confused why they should have to make a different decision based upon age. They were assaulted. They weren't the cause
No, I'm
of
not
the
saying they
pregnancy.
should. I'm
Therefore, they
just
have no
saying-
obligation to sustain it.
I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying they can. I just feel like saving a life.
So then if a 10-year-old,
even if you don't
hold on.
want
If a
that life,
if a 10-year-old can, because that's the context we're talking about, are you saying that they should be legally forced to go through that pregnancy?
No, but Republicans don't support that.
You don't think that they should be legally forced. So then the point I'm essentially trying to get you to realize is that based upon the same reasons why you think that that child should not have to go through the context of a pregnancy, right? You also think that should be applicable to adults who have been assaulted.
Yeah,
And
but
then I
what
would
I'm
ask you
trying to
this
get
question. And then I'd ask you this question. All right, if it is the case that you want these exceptions in place, then why did you support policy that doesn't put any of these exceptions in place on a federal basis?
because that's not true. If those things were to happen, if it was the cases you're talking about, a 10-year-old, even an adult to a certain point, Republicans don't support not getting an abortion because
Hey, dude.
know,
Hey, dude.
someone
If you
raped
leave it up
them.
to the states, some states have restricted access to abortion in these circumstances, depending on the state that
how
you're
many?
in.
How many out of the
I think it's
how many?
upwards of
51 or 52 states?
I think it's upwards of like 9 to 12 as last time I checked.
Okay, so 9 to 12. I mean, it's not like it's nationally normalized. It's like there's 9 to 12 states that are doing that, and how many others won't abide
Is
by
it
it?
13 now? That's crazy. Dude, so I mean, do you
I
think in
just-
any
I wanna
and-
just bring
wait,
another
did you
point to
say
the thing you're
52
talking
states?
about.
Holy shit, I didn't even realize. Where did you get 52? Jesus fuck.
I thought that we may have made another. I don't know. I thought that we may have made another.
What are the two new states?
Not too new. There's 51 states.
No, there's not.
Yeah, it wasn't. What's it called? Made a state. I thought there's 51, but that's besides the point.
No, there's 50 states.
Okay, so that's besides the point.
Where
but
did-
I
where
just
did you
wanted
get
to ask,
51?
So you gave two specific examples, like very specific, of things that could happen in terms of abortion. So what about like a more normal view on it, like just a more everyday thing that could happen? Like if I were to give you a scenario about something, like let's say. Let's say someone regretted it, basically. Someone had sex, regretted it, they got pregnant. Do you think that it's still okay? Like, even if you sit there and regret it, do you think it's still okay to kill a baby just because you regret it?
Dude, I think that you can get an abortion prior to sentience for any reason.
See, that's just not okay.
Oh, why
So
not?
what
Why is it
makes it
wrong?
okay?
Why is that wrong?
Because what makes it okay to kill a life no matter what the circumstances?
Because it's not sentient. It's not a person. What makes you so okay with restricting people's
soul.
rights? What makes
It
you
has a
so
soul,
okay?
no?
What makes you so okay with restricting
You
people's
have a
rights?
soul, right?
Am I able to speak on my own live?
Yeah, but you have a soul, right? So a baby would have a soul, correct?
I don't believe in a soul. I'm not religious.
I mean, even non-religious people believe in having a soul.
That's not true. I don't. Not all non-religious people believe in a soul. I mean, sure, there are some non-religious notions of a soul, which I think is weird in of itself. But I never have met a single atheist that's done that.
You're atheist?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Agnostic. I don't know. It doesn't feel right killing something at any point of its life form. Doesn't matter
Well,
if it's.
I'm sorry. Can I finish my point, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you originally did that to divert me off. I'm saying it's not until it's sentient. I don't really give a shit, right? Prior to that point, why are you so okay with restricting people's access to bodily autonomy when it is the case that there's literally not a person? Like, do you think a zygote is a person? Do you think an embryo is a person?
I don't think you should be able to really kill it at any point in its creation.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Should it be illegal to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Should it be legal or illegal? I didn't hear you.
I said, should it be illegal?
No.
No? Okay, but they're cellularly speaking alive.
It's a little different. If you have medical facts, or you have someone telling you in that industry saying that the person will never be able to do anything again, That's
So
that's not
wait,
sitting there like some people would say, oh, they're
Push the
suffering.
green
But
heart, push the head mustache. So sentience is what you value. You value their subjective experience. The fact that they're going to have a continued subjective experience. You don't just value cellular life in of itself, right?
yeah, but an old person or an elderly person or just someone that is going to be brain dead, that's not ever going to be able to function again properly, is completely different than a life form creating and being able to live the rest of its life.
But it's prior to the point of sentience.
But it doesn't matter. Even if it's prior to
It
the point
does.
of sentience, you know it's going to reach sentience, you know it's going to grow up, it's going to have a life. That's completely different than someone who got in a car accident and is confirmed to be in a coma for, you know,
it's
you
not.
can't
It's not
say how long
coma.
a coma.
Being in a coma is different than being brain dead. Okay, it's irreversible when we're talking about brain death. When you're talking about a coma, is that someone's coming back. So I still value people in this context. I don't say that people in comas aren't valuable. That would be crazy. My standard is past or present and future subjective experience. So we're gonna value a future subjective experience insofar as that there's a past or a present already established. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but if someone's brain dead, you know that they're never going to have, what is it, a sentient experience?
They're never going to have a subjective experience again. Yeah.
Exactly. But that's completely different than a zygote that's forming into a baby, that's forming into a young adult, that's forming into an adult, and is going to have its whole life to live out. If you say that's the same thing, it's completely different. I don't even know how you could compare those.
I've already told you multiple times, it seems like you don't have the ability to listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm not comparing and saying they are 100% identical. That's not the argument I'm making. That's not what a comparison is in general. When you're making a comparison, you're comparing an aspect of it, okay? So you have to understand what aspect I'm comparing. I'm not saying they are 100% identical. A comparison indicates that there are two separate circumstances that you're comparing, meaning that they aren't identical. Okay? Like, what do you think a comparison is?
Comparison is a comparison. You're comparing one thing to another.
Okay. And they would have to be two separate things in order for you to compare them, correct?
Yeah, but they would have to be the same rules. It would have to be the same context most of the time.
Huh?
You can't just compare two different things that mean two different things.
In some respect, they could be comparable. Like, we're two different people, but we're comparable within the fact that we're human, correct?
Correct.
Does it make sense? So, obviously, like, being like, you know what, you're two different people is not a good response to what I said in terms of me comparing the aspect of both of us being human.
Well, yeah, there's always something that you could pick out in comparison with pretty much anything in life. I mean, that's just like, you can find a way to do that. But comparing someone who's brain dead that is never going to live the rest of their life and someone who is forming inside of someone's stomach.
Here's my point. You said the reason why why is a zygote valuable? Because it's cellular life. Is that the reason? That's what you said originally. I gave you an example of something that has cellular life, and it is the case that you were like, okay, we don't put that same value on that. So then in that context, and by the way, did you say in the stomach? Holy fuck. I didn't even catch that.
Uterus. In the uterus.
Wait, where does conception occur in the human body?
What do you mean?
Yeah, where does conception occur in the human body?
You're trying to like, I don't know anatomy. You're trying to like switch the topic. What I'm telling you is like someone who's brain dead. Yes, you compared two things and you brought a similarity out of them. The difference is that one is cellular life and it's going to be formed and it's going to have the rest of its life. One is cellular life still, but we have facts that the person with the cellular life isn't ever going to be able to live life again. You understand that?
They'll be able to live life in a cellular sense, but not in a sentience view. So if they haven't met the point of sentience ever, if you have an abortion prior to the point of sentience, they never would have been.
They had sentience and they got it taken away. That's
listening.
not what a zygote is.
Hey, would you like to listen instead of screaming over me so I can't make the point?
Well, I'm not screaming, but
Well, you didn't listen to anything I just said. You decided to yell over me.
I was listening.
What was I saying?
You were talking about sentient life.
What about it?
I don't know. Finish your point.
Oh, so
We'll
like
see.
you didn't know what I was saying because you fucking yelled over me, right?
I don't know if yelled is the word.
Is that really what
Not
you're
really
disputing
much
in
of a
this
yeller.
context? Instead of acknowledging that you cut me off, you have to like, oh, I don't really think that I yelled at you.
Well, yelling and cutting someone off can be two different things. But go ahead.
Were you not cutting me off, dude?
Well, cutting you off is different than yelling. But go ahead.
You can yell to cut someone off, and you can cut someone off without yelling. What's your point?
So I cut you off without yelling. So continue.
Then why didn't you say that until now?
Because I was just making the point that I wasn't yelling.
Okay. If you get an abortion prior to the point of sentience, they would have never been sentient ever. Okay? So why would you consider it valuable at that connotation, given that it would never be sentient ever?
Because it's going to gain sentience. That's not.
No, it won't. Not if you have an
life form doesn't
abortion.
just come into
Not
the
if you have
world
an
and doesn't
abortion.
gain sentience.
It
Yeah,
will
but
never.
it shouldn't be allowed because it's going to gain sentience. Someone who got sentience taken away and is never going to get it back, that's a completely different scenario. That's what you're not getting. Like, it's going to form into something that has a life, has a conscious, has a subconscious. One was completely
Hey man,
taken
I think
away.
I think you've said that 7 times. I think that everyone knows that at this point. I don't know why you keep repeating that like it's a response to what I was saying.
That's exactly the point of the that's exactly the point of the
Dude,
argument.
I'm saying that if you get an abortion prior to the point of sentience, they will never be sentient ever.
Yeah, but if you know that the life form is going to become sentient, why would you think it's okay to kill off the cellular life form?
Okay, I have a question. If it was the case that there was a zygote that you knew for certain in 100 years would become sentient, would you think it's wrong to kill it?
It's all these what ifs, like hypotheticals. Like
I'm sorry you can't respond to hypotheticals because you don't have a working cellular structure in your brain.
I do have a working cellular structure. Everyone does.
Then you should be able to critically think and respond to what I'm saying here. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying that you bring up hypotheticals to try to like fit into your situation, but like there's not many hypotheticals that like really do fit in. It's just like it's basic knowledge. What you're saying is basic knowledge. If someone who lost their sentience and is never going to have it again had sentience,
dude, I'm just asking you this question. If there was a zygote that in 100 years you know for certain will become sentient, would it be wrong to kill the zygote?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
So again, it's gonna in 100 years going to be sentient, and you have to protect it, even though it's never been sentient ever. What about 10,000 years? Do you have to protect it? Is it illegal to kill it?
And what if Pharaoh was still alive? You're bringing up like 10,000 years, bro. What? Like 10,000 years, brother. That's a dumb hypothetical question.
It's not, and I can explain why it's not dumb if you'd like to respond to it.
You go ahead, respond. It's just 10,000 years.
I have to. I'm waiting for you to respond, and then I'll explain it after. I understand that you don't think it's good, but that's just because you haven't heard it yet.
Makes sense, even though it's still far fetched. 10,000 years is just you making a hypothetical to try to fit your point of view.
No, it's at least demonstrating a point that at a certain level of time that it's going to be sentient in the future and it's not sentient ever, that you're not going to value it at that point. I think it'd be obviously absurd to say that you value a zygote just alone, something that won't become sentient for another fucking 10,000 years. That's obviously absurd. So what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that at some point there's going to be so much time between the point of now and the point of in which it becomes sentient, in which to the point that you're not going to value it in the same type of way. Right, because it's never been sentient before. Does that make sense?
I see where you're coming from, but like it doesn't make sense just because we have two different point of views on life, to be honest.
I'm confused how our point of view on life changes the view here. I'm just saying, do you have that interpretation that specifically that it doesn't have any value, or do you not? Do you have that interpretation that it has value?
Well, if there's a point where it's going to have value and it's going to be sentient, then yes, I would agree that it would have value, even in 10,000 years, even in 20,000 years, even in 30,000 years. It doesn't matter.
Even though it's going to be a zygote for 30,
form, no?
It's going to be a zygote for 30,000 years, and you're like, dude, that's valuable. The zygote, the single cell organism at conception.
I think I think human life is valuable.
You think that we have an obligation to take care of it for 10,000 years until it becomes sentient?
If you'd like to.
No, not if you'd like to. Do you think we should be legally obligated?
I mean, it's a hypothetical that would never happen. Why don't you do a hypothetical that could happen, and we'll answer
Jesus Christ, dude. This guy, dude, you understand that I don't have to bring a hypothetical that is going to happen in the world that we live in right now. All I have to do is bring up a hypothetical that's logically possible because it demonstrates a concept. You understand that hypotheticals are meant to demonstrate concepts, right? And that all it has to do is be logically possible for it to demonstrate a concept, okay? It doesn't have to happen within the world we exist in right now. I could bring up a hypothetical about a fucking TV show and it could still be relevant to our daily life, right? Because it demonstrates a concept. Have you never learned something from a TV show? All of that's hypothetical, you fucking idiot. Every single thing that you've ever fucking looked at in terms of any of the movies you've ever looked at are all hypothetical scenarios. They're not real fucking scenarios, okay? Practically every single one. So please explain to me why you can acknowledge and learn things in those scenarios and why you're not like, oh, this isn't a real thing, therefore I can't take any fucking lesson from this. You're the guy as a kid that literally, like, we were watching some fucking kid show and, you know, there's some important aspect of the show. Like, we're watching fucking SpongeBob, dude, and you can't take a point of the show. A sponge couldn't actually be alive. Okay? A sponge couldn't talk. Why would I ever take any type of lesson from SpongeBob? Because that couldn't ever happen in real life. You look fucking stupid, okay? Stop doing this. It makes us look ridiculous as a human species. Please stop doing this.
Okay.
I am serious, please, dude. You get my point?
I don't think
Do you
it's
understand my
ridiculous at
point?
all. I'm just I see what you're saying. I mean, I'm not like, I don't have my way with words, clearly. All I'm trying to get across is that I think all life forms matter depending on where they are. And I think that I know that it was just a hypothetical, but the scenario you gave just doesn't really make sense in my head in terms of someone who is completely brain dead and then a life form forming. I don't know. It just doesn't.
Yeah, you're just telling me the distinctions between them, but you're not understanding the aspect of which I was comparing because you're trying to be willfully ignorant. Like, you're seriously willfully trying to ignore the point of the hypothetical. It's very obvious. If you can't identify the point of the hypothetical, dude, I'm sorry. How the hell did you, like, engage with reality every single day? Like, I'm sorry. Like, genuinely, like, this is not a complicated hypothetical.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it is.
Do you understand what I'm comparing about these two circumstances? I'm saying that in the same way that you're saying after it becomes sentient and never will be sentient again, it's not considered valuable. Wouldn't it be justified to then ask the question that before it ever becomes sentient, it's not considered valuable? That's a totally justifiable question that you can't answer.
I know. I did answer. I just don't agree with it. There's nothing else to really say besides that, is there?
What do you mean? There was a response. You provided no response. First, you were starting with like, oh, that's a hypothetical. I can't engage with that. And then you realized that was a stupid point. And then now you've moved to like, oh, I just don't want to respond to it because it's not comparable. You've already been saying that since the very beginning. That's just a different way of saying the same dumb shit I just critiqued. In order to compare two different things, they have to be separate. And at least one way. Okay? In order to compare two things, they have to be separate in one way.
Okay. So what are we getting at here? What type of answer are you looking for exactly?
Anything.
Okay, so ask me the question in just ask me the question and I'll give you
forget the question, bro?
I'm just saying ask me the question so I can give you a
I'm
clear
just asking,
answer.
did you forget it?
No, I just want you to restate the question fully.
Why?
I don't think there's any problem with that, really. I mean, you've been fucking talking so much, like, just saying a whole bunch of random shit that it, like...
You're clearly mad. You've been talking so much. We're on a fucking debate live. No shit, I've been talking. Are you okay, dude? Like, what is going on?
No, just talking about just, like, everything else, but, like, just restate the question. That's what I'm telling you to do, so...
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go over the same thing. You're just going to say that it's an impossible hypothetical again. I don't think this is productive. I'm just gonna ask you, or I'm just gonna point to the very comparison in terms of, again, prior to the point in which it's sentient, right? You're never gonna have sentience if it is the case that you get an abortion, and the same way that after the point of sentience, you don't consider it valuable anymore because it is the case that it will never be sentient again, right? So at the end of it, like, think about it this way: before life happens, do you value it? Like cellular life. I'm talking before cellular life. Do you value it?
My answer to that question would be if I know it's going to have life, then yes.
Okay. So if I'm having intercourse with my girlfriend, and it is the case that you know for 100% certainty that it will lead to a child if I do not pull out, would it be wrong for me to pull out?
Wait, say it again. I could barely hear you.
Yeah. If two people are having intercourse, right, and it is the case that specifically, you know for 100% likelihood that the individual will become pregnant if they continue, right? And you know that they won't become pregnant if they don't continue. In that context, would you say that that'd be wrong to pull out?
That's before the life form has even been created. We're talking about when the life form is already
You just said if the life form would come into existence that you would value it. That's what you just said, right?
There's a difference between sperm, like, not being fertilized yet, the egg and the sperm meeting, and there's a difference between the cellular life form already in your body.
Yeah. So again, you don't value it before it exists, right?
It's sperm, dude.
No, you said you don't value the life before it exists, right?
In that case, no, because it's sperm.
Okay, so then you understand what I mean when I say that I don't value sentience until it's sentient. So if you don't value it once it doesn't become sentient anymore, why would you value it prior to it being sentient? In the same way that, like, after you don't value something when it's dead, like, why would you value it before it's alive? Is a totally relevant question to ask in that context.
Because once something is dead, it's dead and gone, and when something is in your body but it's working in the stages to having life, I think that those are two different contexts. No.
So then again, it would be wrong to pull out in the hypothetical I brought up, right?
No.
No, but, like, there's going to be a life. If I keep going, there will be a life, right?
If the sperm meets with the egg, but that hasn't happened yet.
What? Say it again?
If the egg is fertilized and a baby comes out of it,
oh,
then
so it has to become life for you to consider it valuable.
No, because I'm saying
no. Before life, it's valuable. So then, like, in the circumstance I brought up, you would say it's wrong for me to pull out because there will be a life, right?
It's not wrong to pull out.
Okay, so then you don't value things before they're living, right?
I do.
Okay, well, you do value things before they're living, so then it would be wrong to pull out.
No.
Okay, then make up your mind. Pick a struggle, dude. You don't even know what position you're holding right now.
I do, because
you don't even know what position you're holding.
I do actually. It's completely irrelevant. I mean, I get the hypothetical, but, like, the hypothetical you're giving doesn't plug into any equation here. It really doesn't. Like, saying you're gonna pull out.
If you pull out, there's no kid. If you don't pull out, there is a kid. Okay? That's essentially just demonstrating the concept. And by the way, you like how he didn't in this example be like, oh, that's not something that would happen in real life. We wouldn't know for 100% likelihood that it is the case that if you didn't pull out, that there would be a child. You know, you see how he didn't do that this time? And he understood the relevant, like, aspect of the hypothetical in terms of its conceptual nature.
What are you asking?
Dude, I've already clarified multiple times. I'm sorry. Are you not tracking? Prior to the point that it's living, you don't consider it valuable, right? Because otherwise you would say that me pulling out in the hypothetical I brought up is wrong because if I pull out, it will not lead to a kid existing. But if I do not, then it will lead to a kid existing. 100% likelihood.
Well, I think about the two situations differently because one's already in your body. forming, and one hasn't been put into your body yet.
Why does it matter whether or not it's in your body? Do you think zygotes outside of the body aren't valuable?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then what are you making? What's your argument? Because again, whether or not it's in the body doesn't mean it has a relevant value. And also, given that same reasoning, if whether or not it's in the body is granted value, well, then you could also say that someone who says that once it's birthed, it then has value is making a rational argument. Nice try. So like now you've just argued pro-choicers, right? That specifically argue, all right, just when it's birthed, it's valuable. Then that's a rational worldview under your perspective, because location changes the value, right?
I just think that pulling out before, like, I think that pulling out doesn't, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm trying to say here, but it doesn't, it's a different, it's completely different.
What's different?
The scenario you gave, it's different than something being in someone's body, already forming, already getting nurtured and going to have life, versus pulling out.
So are you saying prior to implantation, because it's not being nurtured, then you don't consider it valuable?
No.
Okay, what is nurturement? Isn't that like specifically in the context of the womb? So prior to being in the womb, it's not being nurtured.
Well, there can be something in the womb that's not being nurtured.
Sure, but I'm saying like it would only be able to be nurtured once it's in the womb, right? Because that would be the process in which it gets nutrients.
Yeah.
Then I'm confused. What are you not understanding here?
I don't know. I guess I'm just like, I see you at like the hypothetical. I just don't really see the question you're asking.
Dude, I think I could have conversations with 5th graders that would genuinely be able to follow the point better. I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling, dude. What is wrong with you? Do you remember anything in the conversation we just talked about?
A little bit.
Tell me everything we've talked about. Let's hear. Steelman my argument.
What'd you say?
Steelman my argument. Give me your best shot at running my argument.
Oh, I'm good. I'm chilling on that.
You can't do it? You can't do it?
I don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because apparently you don't want to talk about what we were just talking about, so.
I don't know.
Or
bro.
maybe you're just not capable?
I mean, I don't really like fully understand. I understand the points you're making. I just don't understand in which the context of all of them connect with what we're saying.
Are you about to
They're
drive?
good hypotheticals. I'll give you.
Are you about to drive?
Yeah.
Thank the Lord. Get the fuck off my stream. By the way, you can't drive on TikTok. Just letting you know. I'm gonna thank some people and we're gonna go on to the next person real quick. Brad, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Happy streaming. Absolutely. Mark, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the impeccable patience. Yeah, that was brutal. Jalen, thank you so much for the $4.20 for he's my daily subscription payment. W. You know what? I might elevate just for that. Alfred, thank you for the $5. David, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, liberals don't look at the future, but then they also don't recognize climate change, right? Stacy, thank you so much for the, again, I really appreciate it. I saw that earlier. Thank you so much. Delara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $11.11. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Free Palestine. Can we put Free Palestine in the comment section? Absolutely. Jeff, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Jeff. Madison with the $2. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brianna, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, I totally understand that. Seriously, that should be someone's choice. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ruby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Ruby. I really appreciate it. That's a bit diabolical, Ruby. A bit diabolical. Just going to tell you, that's a bit diabolical. Estella, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And by the way, Amanda, I'm reading it right now. That's very. I can't read the whole thing because PayPal doesn't show me the whole thing for some reason. It cuts off the message after a certain amount of characters. Maya, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I'd have to be able to clarify and look through everything. Yeah, that's definitely incredibly sad here. I would definitely want to support that. I'd have to verify everything before. I've actually had people come to me prior in the past with completely false things specifically to be able to try and make money off of it. So I just have to verify with everyone who necessarily comes to me. But I really appreciate you. Thank you. Let me check some of the stuff on YouTube real quick, and then I am going to go on to the next person real quick. Maya, again, thank you. I really appreciate it. Ruby, thank you so much for the $5 again. Megan with the $2, thank you so much. Jen with the $4 on Cash App, thank you. Jeff, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jason, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Diabolical. Feisty, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get the W's for in the comment section right now. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Sale, thank you for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bell, thank you for the $2. Step with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Step. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Step in the comment section. Jay with the $5. Thank you for the 52 states. Dora, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Dora. Thank you. Get some W's for Dora in the comment section. That's so real. Thank you so much, Dora. Feisty, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Feisty. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's fucking crazy. I'm so sorry. Absolutely. Dank, thank you so much for the $2. Lotus, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Lotus. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Emma with the $10. Marshmallow, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $10 and for the $5. Thank you. Bill's fan with the $5. Thank you. And then Jay again, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Give me some W's for Jay in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Belzian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $55. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W for Belzian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's in the comment section for them right now. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go on the next person. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
How old are you?
19,
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
Oh, February.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I think he's a great president, and he always puts America first.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Well, you know, he's just patriotic, much better than Kamala or Biden.
Kamala. And how does he put America first? Could you name one Trump America first policy that you like?
Well, he cares about our border security. I think that's a very, very big deal.
Okay, border security. Can you name? Do you think mass deportation is good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you name one way that mass deportation benefits our society?
Well, first off, it gets all the illegal immigrants out of the country. You know, nobody likes them.
Undocumented immigrants, and saying nobody likes them is crazy.
Do you like them?
Yes. Any undocumented immigrant in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. I like them more than like the bigots that voted for Donald Trump, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I think they belong anywhere else than right here. Maybe where they came from.
Say that again.
I think maybe they belong to go back to where they came from.
Okay. Why do you think that, you fucking weirdo?
Well, I don't know why you're cussing at me, but
Because you said they
I
should
think
go
that-
back from where they came from.
yeah.
Why?
What if I came in their country and just, benefited off their taxpayers' fucking dollars?
So okay, do you think that immigrants are stealing jobs, or do you think that they're like relying on social services too much? Because one, undocumented immigrants don't get any of these social services, and two, this is the common talking point by both sides from the
Well,
conservative movement, where they can't make up their mind.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What's up? I'm already done.
Oh, if they got kids, they're benefiting off of our public school systems. They give them like breakfast, lunch. That's 2 meals a day that their parents don't pay for.
That'd be if they qualify for Medicaid, and that's totally fine. I want children to have food, or not Medicaid, food stamps.
Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about like at public school. They feed them.
I'm sorry. Do you not want children to have food?
I don't think illegal children get to have food.
Why? I think everyone should eat regardless. What? Wait, what did the children do? Like, why? Wait, say you disagree with what the parents did. Why does that mean the children should starve? What type of crazy inhumane shit is that?
Because
these are children.
Because their parents are shitbags that.
Wait, I'm sorry. What makes you think that someone is a quote unquote shitbag for just trying to come to the country for a better life?
Well, because they're criminals, they break the law.
You voted for a criminal. You voted for a criminal. Do you think Donald Trump is a shitbag?
No, of course not.
He's a convicted criminal. He's a criminal.
How's he president then?
You voted for him.
No, I know. I thought
you voted for the criminal. You voted for a felon, a convicted felon. You voted for a convicted felon held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, called for the termination of the Constitution.
Why is he not in jail then?
Because again, he was elected president.
Does that make sense to you, Parker?
No, because I don't think that convicted criminals should be elected president.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory.
It's not.
How's he president then?
How is he president? Again, because it is the case that you
him
voted for him. You voted for him.
Wouldn't they just put him in jail?
Okay, so you just say, oh, they're just going to put him in jail. They didn't do that because you voted for him. That's literally the deliberation that they made. Okay?
I mean, I think that's... I don't necessarily agree with that, but...
Okay, you don't agree with what was determined by the court system?
Well, I just have a hard time believing that they would let someone like that be the
You're
most
so
powerful
America
person in the
first, but
world.
then you don't believe a unanimous decision of Americans?
Well, no, I believe it, but I just...
Did someone in the back just say
No, I
that they believe it?
No, yeah, I believe that he got convicted, but I don't see how they would let someone like that be a president.
You voted for them. What do you mean? Okay, but I just want to let you know, anyone who's above the age of 35 who was born in the United States can run for president. Did you know that Jeffrey Epstein could have run for president? Oh, actually, well, I don't know if he was born in the U.S. I'd have to check again. I'm pretty sure he was.
Well, so you can run for president from prison or no?
Yes, Epstein was born in the U.S. So yeah, Epstein could have run for president. Would you have voted for Epstein?
Well, if I liked what he had to say. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't vote for Epstein, but
Don't make a joke like that. That's fucking gross. That's so gross. That's so gross. It's a child sex trafficker, by the way. That's a child sex trafficker. That's literally a child sex trafficker, okay? That's fucking nuts, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
For sure. Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. I just want to note that
What's your
I
birthday?
did vote for Donald Trump. Oh, sorry. January of '96.
For sure. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick, and then I'll make sure to continue on with this. Real quick. Let me refresh. Thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good W's for Jeff in the comment section. Maya, thank you for the $5. Definitely make sure to go through my Instagram. Absolutely. I'll definitely make sure to try to check that later. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And grateful. Thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
So I agree with his immigration policies. I do not agree with his abortion policies. I will say that. Economy is definitely much better, in my opinion. But may policies for sure.
Okay,
We
immigration.
can go over specific policies if you want.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Because there's obviously a lot.
By
So
the way,
what-
are you
what
driving
points
right
did you
now?
want? No.
Just making sure. Okay, so what immigration and
I'm
economic
in the
policy?
past. I'm in the past.
Just making sure.
Yeah. What'd you ask? Sorry.
So what immigration and economic policy?
So in regards to the tariffs, I think it's still kind of a little bit too early to make the assumption that the tariffs are going to be bad. I would argue that America has the largest GDP in the entire world. I think that the tariffs, like I said, I think in the long run, it's potential that they will benefit America. I think we're jumping the gun a little bit too early to say 7-8 months in that they're not going to work. I'll say that first and foremost.
No, we can tell you before tariffs are going to be put in place that they're not going to work because we understand how
We don't
tariffs
know that.
operate,
You can't make
and we
that
have
assumption
historical
that-
evidence of how tariffs have operated. We don't know that, we do. Economists have indicated that to be true.
Economists have been okay. So the tariffs have been in place for how long?
Since April.
Okay, and you think in that short span of time that the tariffs have automatically are not going to work?
So the tariffs have not worked so far. They've done horrible for the country.
Okay, but I'm asking you in the future. Like I said, we're what 6-7 months in of a presidency. The tariffs have been in effect roughly we're in August now, so 2-3 months.
Nice mouth.
And you're making the assumption that based off of a 2-3 month, trial, that they're just instantly not going to work. Is that your assumption?
I just want to let you know, what is 8 minus 4?
What is 8 minus 4? It's 4.
Yeah, that's 4 months. Over 4 months. We're almost into 5 months because it's about to be the.
Well, they were
roughly
paused. They were
September.
paused. Okay, well, they were paused. So there was times where the tariffs were paused with certain countries. So let's not just make the assumption that there was automatically 6-7 months or 4 months, whatever it was. So
Why do you keep saying 6-7?
because that's what your chat's saying.
You're just trying to get comments, bro. He's just trying to get comments, bro.
No, but here you're making. So here I'll say this.
He's grifting for attention, chat.
Economists are saying that the tariffs are going to essentially make the prices of groceries, of everything, gas, crude oil. You're just making that assumption off of a small sample. Like, okay, if this was 2-3 years down the road, then I can maybe see what you're saying. I could agree with you on that. But we have a small sample size of the tariffs. I mean, we can't. In my personal opinion, I don't think that that's something that we can just say, yeah, the tariffs are not working.
So again, I can point to that not only are tariffs not working, but they're not going to work in the long run because of how tariffs operate. I can explain to you the process. So far since Trump has imposed tariffs, we've seen prices increase, right? The rate of inflation increase. We've seen real GDP growth decline. We've seen jobs numbers be so horrible that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he said that the jobs report was politically biased. That's embarrassing,
Okay.
actually.
Parker, you understand that every president that's been president in America, the inflation has gone up, correct? And did you know that during?
I don't dispute that.
Okay, and then you know that during the presidency of Biden, the inflation rate was at the highest it's ever been.
Yeah, but what economic
During that
policy did he pass to cause that?
The Inflation Reduction Act was one of them.
The Inflation Reduction Act was put in
Yeah.
place right before inflation declined. It was also deficit reducing.
It was put
Explain
in
to me.
2022.
Explain to me. Yeah, it was right before inflation fell a shit ton. Explain to me how the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation, given that it was deficit reducing. When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you. Dakota, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Diabolical. You know, that's honestly like a situation where like it makes sense for them to be able to run in that circumstance, because it's like they shouldn't have been in jail. But when it comes to Trump, that's totally different. And by the way, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, so let me know when you come back after searching it up on ChatGPT. Malin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Malin. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So I'm asking you, when was the Inflation Reduction Act signed in by Biden? Or I guess, sorry, not Biden, but
I want to say August 2022.
Okay, so we had 2 years of that. So explain to me why the inflation rate did not go down at all during the 2 years that was in.
Let me see. Hold on. Wait, sorry, I didn't hear. What did you just say?
I said, so for the 2 years that it was signed in, why is it that the inflation rate did not go down? Because I want to know, how much was it? Like 800 billion that we signed in for that?
800
Look
billion.
up the number. No, I'm asking how much of that was funded for that? 800 billion?
Funded for what?
The Inflation Reduction Act. How much was put towards that? How much did Biden?
It was deficit reducing, meaning it reduced the debt.
Did it?
Yes, and yes, it was August 2022.
What's the numbers then? What did it reduce it by? How much?
August 2022 had it at 8.3%, and the month after that it was 7.7. The month after that 6.5. The month after that 6.4. The month after that 5.0. The month after that 4.9. The month after that 4.0. So it's like it heavily dropped right after.
So if that was the case, then why would Trump take that away? If it was that good, Parker.
You ask yourself that. I'm telling you, it was deficit reducing. Would you like to tell me what aspect of the bill caused inflation?
What part of the bill caused inflation?
Yeah.
I would argue that solar energy is not where it is, and I don't think that that's the future. I think that we're kind of going through that whole phase of. I think it's not cost efficient to. I would say, I guess, go completely solar, right? I think that crude oil is still going to always be cheaper. I think that's a large portion of where we get trades from as well. I just don't think that solar energy is very it's not going to be one of those things that we're going to be able to do overnight, and it's not going to be something we're going to be able to do anytime soon. It's not very cost efficient in comparison to.
It's decreasing in cost. In the past 15 years, it's decreased by over 3 times in its cost per kilowatt.
Right.
It's massively decreasing in cost. Solar absolutely is going to help decrease the cost of electricity and energy. The gutting of the Inflation Reduction Act has led to electricity prices going up, alongside specifically the cost of electricity going up because of Donald Trump's tariffs. So there's multiple different things that specifically led to the price going up. Solar, as it acts as a substitution for electricity, would cause prices to go down. All right, and it's specifically important to address because of the effects of climate change, right, on our globe. You understand that that's it is practical. I don't know what you're talking about. The Department of Energy. What?
Do you own a Tesla? Does anybody? I didn't know that people own Teslas in the chat. Correct.
Wait, Teslas? We don't like Tesla because of Elon Musk.
Okay, well I know that. Whatever, but I'm getting the point.
I own a hybrid.
Well, depending what kind of hybrid you have, I suppose. But Tesla is let's just use Tesla for an example, right? It's not very practical for people to go plug in their car and have to sit there and wait 30-40 minutes, right? People want something that's immediate, something.
I'm not disputing that, and oftentimes the superchargers are a lot quicker today. But it is the case that over time that will become quicker. Now the idea that you're referencing, it's not that much of an issue. Like when you go out to eat, right? You go get food or you go to the mall, you can plug in while you're at the mall. It completely charges up. Overnight, you can have it plugged in and it can charge overnight, right?
Parker, that's not practical.
My dad drives EV every single day, right? He plugs in every single night and he goes to work with his EV car. He's been doing that for a decade, dude. What are you talking about? It's
I will,
not viable.
I will disagree with you because that's your father.
It's
you're
not
talking about-
viable. It's been for a decade. He's been doing that. What are you talking about?
Okay, but you're talking about your father's situation. That's not practical for everybody else.
I'm not
That's
saying it's practical for everyone else, but you said it's not practical at all. That's practical in that context.
It's really not, though.
What are you talking about? It's not practical.
How many electric vehicles are on the road in comparison to gas-powered vehicles?
In California, there's a lot more.
Well,
I live in
Gavin Newsom
California.
is running California into the ground, so.
Well, it's not because of the EV policy.
Hmm.
And tell me what one thing he's doing that's bad. I'd like to hear from your position.
Gavin Newsom's doing bad. Could we
Yeah,
talk about the wildfires that were mismanaged? We can
In
talk.
what way?
We can talk about
In what way?
disasters
Because of Trump cutting federal funding or threatening to cut federal funding?
No.
What,
Are you
tell me
talking
what?
about FEMA?
What was?
Are you
was
talking
wait,
about
wait.
FEMA?
Explain to me. What did Gavin Newsom do?
They were not prepared for that wildfire in the slightest. Okay.
Yeah, how would
I
they have
will tell you,
prepared?
they did
Tell me
not
what
have access
what
to
should they have
water.
done? Tell me what should they have done to prepare?
Number one, they could have evacuated a lot better. They did not have evacuation plans. They did not have water.
You're
resources.
lying. I live in California. Yes, they did.
Parker, they didn't have They didn't have enough water resources there. Number one, they ran out of water.
We have enough water. We just didn't have highly pressurized water, right? Specifically
okay.
required to go
So,
into
and how much?
the hoses.
Hold on. Okay, go
Do
ahead.
you even know
Go
what you're
ahead.
talking about?
Yes.
And
I do, because
wait, tell me, how are we going to get better services for that? We're going to fund the public systems more. Yeah, Trump supporters are definitely advocating for that, right?
I am advocating that because what did Biden do for all the natural disasters with what the hurricanes that happened in the Carolinas?
I just want to let you know, if California were red, we'd have issues to a greater extent with fires.
I want to let you know that California is the number one self-sustaining state, and they didn't have enough water pressure. Parker, really?
So I'm just telling you, if we were a Republican state, we would have had less funding for firefighters, right? And we would have had less funding in general to be able to fight, right, any of the fires or have highly pressurized water because they'd be gutting those programs.
Let's
Seriously.
not sit here and act.
Yeah,
let's not
we'd
actually-
be hearing that they don't want to pay for other people's houses not to be burned down.
Hang on. Let's not sit there and act like Biden and Kamala did anything well. Sorry. Let's not
Why
act
you're
like
gonna
they
you're
did
gonna pivot again
well.
after I just debunked you on that?
No,
Nice job.
I'm staying on the topic of natural disasters here. Let's not act that they did anything well for the people that suffered in the Carolinas. They're still recovering, right? Can you tell me how much money they gave those people in the Carolinas for the damages?
$750. And you want to know why? Because Republicans capped it. They voted to cap it.
No,
Republicans
that
voted
is
to cap it,
not
and
true.
Democrats wanted it to be higher. Literally.
not true.
Literally.
That is not
That's the
true.
reason.
No, that is not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not. But
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
think that.
And wasn't Trump talking about getting rid of FEMA?
He did. He's going to. If he hasn't already. I'm pretty sure he has. FEMA hasn't done anything well.
Oh, wait. Where did they get the money from? Where did they get the money
Taxpayers.
from? Through what? Through what set of program?
Like I said, I'm not going to get into a FEMA. I think FEMA is useless.
Wait.
completely.
Now, through what program? Through what systems did they get the $750?
Taxpayers.
Through what system?
Like I said, the president has a lot more power than you think. I'm telling you, FEMA they're not good. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. $750 is nothing. If we want to talk about that,
yeah, exactly. Tell that. You know what? Where was this energy when Republicans were voting for that?
you wanna know-
Seriously,
here, Parker,
where
I'm
was
gonna-
this
I'm gonna
energy?
be-
Where
I'm
was
gonna
this
tell you
energy?
why-
I'm waiting for this. I've been waiting for
Hang
this
on,
for
Parker,
so
hang on,
long.
hang on.
Okay,
Hang
yeah,
on, hang on. I'm gonna tell you-
$750
I'm
is
gonna
not
tell you
enough.
why- I'm gonna-
Hold up, stop. $750 is absolutely not enough. So when Republicans voted to cap it at $750, you agree with me that's bad.
Republicans didn't. No, that was Biden's doing. He was the one that
Really?
signed
That
off
was
on the
Biden?
$150.
That was Biden. That was Biden. Please tell me that was Biden. Please
It
give me a
was.
source. Give me
It was.
give me a source. You say it was signed off. Could Biden have gotten more? Did
Yes,
Biden advocate for
100%.
more?
Yes, 100%.
Biden advocated for more, correct?
No, Biden could have advocated for more.
Oh, he didn't advocate for more.
Well, he wasn't really running the show there, but we all know that.
Wait, did he advocate for more? Yes or no?
Did he might have said something? Maybe. He said, well, we'll look into it. We'll see what we can do. I guarantee you there is something where he said, we'll see if we could get him more funding. We'll make sure everyone's taken care of. I guarantee you that he could have signed off more than $750, Parker.
Really?
He was
and how would he have done that? By getting Congress to vote on different conditions?
Yeah, I'm sure they would.
And who were the people not voting for increasing that specifically? It would be Republicans. Literally.
No. Again, who was president at the time?
Wait, the president doesn't determine it. That
I understand that,
the
but
president
Biden
doesn't.
is the one that has to sign off on it.
Yeah, but he doesn't control the purse, right? Within
I
that respect,
understand that. I understand
meaning
but
that
it's
he was advocating for more. But it is the case that they were the ones that capped it. So I'm just telling you. Then where was this energy specifically when referencing Republicans?
Where was this energy when we were sending all that money that could have gone to them, but we were sending it to Ukraine?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
Where was this energy when a natural disaster like that happened? But we were, we're so quick to do $750, but we're sending billions and millions of dollars to Ukraine for the war.
Dude, that's Republicans. That's an issue with Republicans, not
not,
Democrats.
though.
Democrats were
Parker, that is
advocating to
not.
increase this.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly why.
This is
that
really
you guys
frustrating
lost.
because I keep telling you the same thing over and over again, and apparently you're not understanding.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly why Democrats lost in a landslide, right? Misproportion. And I'm not going to even, I won't even use Biden. Let's just use
I'll
Mayor
tell you why.
Johnson.
There's a lot of idiots in this country.
Yeah,
a lot of
here,
idiots in this
I'm gonna tell
country.
you, I'm not in here. I want to throw this out here because I know all your viewers are Democrats. I'm not sitting here saying that all Democrats are bad, right? I'm not sitting here saying, but here, there's certain ones that are really bad. I'll take, for example, Mayor Johnson in the city of Chicago. It's horrible, okay? I'm not going to sit there and say all Democrats are bad. I'm not going to say all Republicans are great, okay? There's policies of Trump that I don't like that he has, but I will say that there are a lot of bad. I will say Biden definitely mismanaged his presidency during the 4 years. I think the border policies that he had were horrible. There's no arguing that.
What border policy?
That's what the open border policy that he had. I
didn't have
know that
open border policy. Wait, so then let's clarify.
He didn't have a
how do you
policy
identify?
for it, but he didn't-
How
okay,
do you identify what is an open border?
Basically, we had no border security, Parker. They were basically letting people in. We had sanctuary cities that were
So
crime-ridden.
is it based upon the level of people, like in terms of encounters?
I would say lack of preparedness on the border. I would say border security.
Border crossings.
Border crossings were highly increased. I think the asylum is seeking.
So you judge whether or not the border is secure based upon border crossings, right? Okay, so then do you agree with that? Is that your position? Just trying to clarify.
No, just say that one part again. Border crossings.
Yeah, do you judge whether or not it's a secure border or an open border based upon the level of border crossings?
Border crossings and border security. I think funding for border security. Yes.
Okay, so then, for example, you would agree with me that at the end of Biden's administration, the one that Trump inherited, the border was more secure and less open than what it was at the end of Trump's first administration.
I'm going to stop you there because we're going to start using that inherited word, right? Because people love to use that. Oh, Trump inherited Obama's economy. Oh, Trump inherited Biden's border. I think that term is it's extremely, I hate that term because there's a lot of things that a president can do on day one in that first month. A lot of executive orders can be signed. A lot of things can go into play, right? It takes time, but I think that saying that, oh, they inherited this economy, they inherited this, like people were saying, oh, egg prices are extremely high.
Hey, do you want to respond to what I had to say instead of just talking about random shit, please?
Sorry, no, I mean, okay, so your question is what?
What? You don't even know the question now?
That because you're kind of manipulating it. Say it again. Go ahead. Say it again.
I'm manipulating what? What am I manipulating?
I will answer your question. Just
no. What am I manipulating? Just tell me first.
If you're trying to use the inherited word.
What about it?
And I just don't think that's a very logical thing for people to say. Is that they inherited a certain thing, like a certain economy or a certain.
It's true. When he gets in office, that's what it is. It was just to demonstrate something. I'm saying, was the border more secure and less open when Biden was in office at the end of his administration compared to Trump's first administration at the very end?
It was less secure under Biden.
Even though there were less border crossings on daily average at the very end of his administration comparative to the end of Trump's first administration. So the border he inherited... So the border he inherited was actually less secure and more open than the border that he gave away to Trump.
Parker, you know why that number is? It's because Trump, he basically ran on the notion that he was going to deport people the first day he was coming in. So if you want to use those numbers, make sure that you put that in there, what he campaigned on.
I'm waiting for you to acknowledge this because this is what you said.
You want me to use a statistic when we know that the reason why people were leaving in flocks towards the end of Biden's presidency was because they knew Trump was going to get in, and they knew that he was going to start deporting people. It was broadcasted on all news outlets. Like, they knew that. Like, you can't use that logic. You can't use that statistic. Like, you can't use that. And it was a
By the way, the number I'm referencing was prior to Trump getting elected.
Right. Because
okay, so the election hadn't even happened yet, and they had lower border crossings.
He campaigned
the end
on
of
the
Trump's.
entire time.
What?
He campaigned on deportation. That's literally what his biggest thing.
But no one knew he was going to win.
Parker, we knew he was going to win.
At the point I'm referencing, there wasn't a determination of who was going to win. It was back and forth.
Are you saying that at the end of Biden's presidency, at the end of 2024, there was less border crossings?
Yeah, than the end of Trump's administration. First administration, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's because Trump campaigned on telling people he was going to deport them. That was his biggest thing that he won on, was deportation.
Dude, so by the way, he won't acknowledge this. So the border was secure and not open under Trump or under Biden, because it is the case that Trump was like talking about he was in his first administration as well. Like, was he not doing that when he was in office?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I didn't vote in 2016 for Trump or anybody. But in the state of that we're in now, this was the first year I had to vote, because I'm going to be honest, I don't care for either one presidency, but I would rather pick Trump. I just want to know that you're pulling statistics. I'm not trying to bend the argument here, but you're trying to pull statistics for Biden, to make Biden look better. We know that his border policies, that's why they lost.
So based upon the argument that you're providing, that, oh my God, there was an open border under Biden's administration, right? That same argument can be applied to Trump using the same statistics that you identify it to be an open border based upon, right? Like, that's all I'm showing you, is that you calling it an open border would then mean Trump, under his administration, there was an open border. And if there wasn't an open border specifically, right, under Trump's administration, well, then there wasn't an open border at the end of Biden's administration, and then Trump inherited a border that was not open and was already secured.
Right, but we knew going into it what Trump was going to do with the border. That was, like I said, we're running in circles here, because that's basically
what he's doing is bad. What he's doing is bad.
I'm going to argue that again. I'm going to argue that, because I personally don't agree with you. Okay, I'll let you go. Why do you think that?
Why? Because he's violating people's due process rights. He specifically acted like he didn't have to go the legal way to deport people, but then he clarifies and says that people have to go the legal way when they're saying that they have to come to the country that way. So it's just completely contradictory and hypocritical. We can point to the insane and inhumane treatment that has existed in terms of the camps that have been created by Trump, right? In terms of the alligator Alcatraz specifically, where people would have literally maggots and different types of insects in their food, right? Along with plenty of other harmful conditions.
We can go back and we can find,
which is the reason as to why it got shut down.
We can also find clips of children that were locked in jails or were in basically camps under Biden's administration. They're trying to get people pushed through. There's videos out there under Biden when I could just show them to you.
And if you could show me any of the same conditions that existed, I will obviously call that out. But secondly, I do just want to acknowledge that there's a distinction in due process. Plus, in terms of the Biden administration, they deported people out of prioritization who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, whereas specifically the Trump administration is disproportionately deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or have no criminal record.
Can you tell me what president? Here, and I'm not running in circles, because we're staying on the topic of deportation and immigration status. I just want to note, because I know your chat, this is a hot topic for it, because I was to let you know, Trump is actually still, I think in his first term, still did not deport more people than Clinton and Obama. I just want to note that. You can go look at the numbers.
I have. I know.
As a matter of fact,
I get it. What's your point?
I'm 99.9% sure. That's what I'm saying. I've always been confused as to why we're in this point now where we're so against deportation and that we're voting blue. However, Obama and Clinton combined make up the.
Hey, I disagree with Obama and Clinton deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. I just told you the Democrats had a prioritization to deport people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and they use a greater level of due process. You understand that those things are incredibly distinct in terms of the way that it's processed, right?
Parker.
Plus, we have to also address specifically, all right, the fact that Democrats have a better perspective because they want to make the system go safer and faster, whereas Republicans have been artificially putting barriers in the system to make it longer. I'm not saying Democrats have some perfect position on immigration. I disagree with the Democratic position as well. I just think it's preferable to the Republican position.
Right, and I will just say that I think that I think personally I don't think that Obama and Clinton were handling due process correctly in those cases. Let's just be completely honest. Out of I don't know how many there was. I think there's 200. I know there was one president had 200 million, something astronomical. It was ridiculous. I don't truly feel like all those people got proper due process. So let's not sit here and say that because you're a Democrat that they definitely handled all those cases well. And I will refer to you that the cities that do have sanctuary cities, such as Chicago and New York, those cities are criminally ridden. Okay, so we also need to look at that logic too.
What do you mean by that? What does that even mean?
So those people that were being brought in, basically seeking asylum, as most people would like to say.
So it's a legal process.
Or
asylum is a legal process.
Right. Hang on. And or entering the country illegally. Okay. They were getting housing. Who was paying for the housing? I want to know.
Undocumented immigrants were not getting housing.
Yeah, that's
and you're talking about statewide policy providing specifically asylum seekers who are going through a legal process access to specifically housing in terms of severe weather conditions.
Who was paying for it, Parker?
That's the state.
No,
I thought you guys were pro states' rights.
Who is paying for it, Parker? Who is paying for these people to enter their cities where they're committing crimes of rape and all the other stuff?
Wait, why are you acting like undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants are the ones committing rape? Specifically, one you voted for a rapist. Two is you want to relate to this. If you want to look at undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to national-born U.S. citizens. And the same thing is also true for documented immigrants. They're less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. This idea that immigrants are the ones causing crime or bringing crime to this country is a lie.
So the hotel that they had in New York, I forget what the name of it was, that they were housing them in. Can you go look up the amount of crime that was like data that can be pulled from over there? I'm just using I'm just using that as the best place that I can because they literally had to
give me any source that indicates immigrants commit a higher rate of crime. I have a bibliography in my bio, a works cited page that indicates an entire page of peer-reviewed sources showing that immigrants commit lower rates of crime. Would you like to go check that out, or would you like to continue spreading bullshit on the internet because all you've been able to take into account is far-right propagandized media about immigrants meant to dehumanize them, right? Try to act like they're harmful to our country or paint them out as criminals when you voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
I'm not saying that all undocumented. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm not saying all of them are bad. I'm just saying that there was
you just tried to paint like immigrants as bringing rape to the country. That's what you literally just said. Okay.
I think there's a higher. Yes, I think that they're getting through the system. Like the people that are seeking asylum, I don't think that we were doing the necessary background checks that we should have been doing under the Biden administration.
Hey, you're not listening. Undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. This fucking idea that you're trying to paint that immigrants are more likely to cause crime in the country is a right-wing propagandistic idea meant to literally dehumanize undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Why? I just gave you evidence. I literally just showed you a bibliography in my bio, a works cited page that's an entire page long of peer-reviewed sources that indicates that to be true.
Now, are these people that now we're not talking about people that have entered the country illegally, had children, raised their children, and automatically make them a U.S.-born citizen, right? Are we talking about people that are just coming straight into the country and then committing crimes? Or are we talking about people that came into the country illegally, had children, got U.S. Citizenship, and then...
What is this guy saying? I'm talking about undocumented immigrants in general.
Specifically undocumented immigrants.
Yes, and documented immigrants. And then also natural-born U.S. citizens. I clarified all three of those already.
Natural-born, where are you categorizing natural-born citizens at? Like, you're saying that they all commit
higher rates of crime than undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants.
Because it's a smaller percentage. If you were to look at per capita.
Dude, it's per capita rates, you fucking idiot.
Okay, well, I don't have the fucking statistics in front of me.
Well, I'm telling you where to find that. I said crime rate. Crime rate is taking into account per capita rates. What are you talking? What is a rate?
Is that based off of like the UCR, or where are you pulling the data from?
I just told you the bibliography in my bio.
Okay, well, I think I'd have to leave the live to go, or maybe I can.
Then go ahead and check it. And I can't hear you while you swipe out of the app. So I'll thank some people while you go look at that information real quick. I'll thank some people while I look at that information. Just make sure within a minute and 30 seconds to come back so that you can see me real quick, because else, otherwise TikTok will just kick you off. Oh, he just left himself. I didn't even kick him off. He just left. Texas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Texas told me to get a job, and he said that I'm so mad that I created a talk show. I've been talking about the election since before the election and for years at this point. Emma, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Did he actually just say that? That's nuts. I didn't even hear that. Misha, thank you so much for the $5. Spiral, thank you so much for the $5. Drew, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $2. Literally, though. Alrighty. I don't see anything else. I think I'm completely caught up. Selena, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Kirsten, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Chris, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 18.
What's your birth year?
October 2006.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, firstly, I kind of like what he's doing in cleaning up shit, you know? So, for example, in the Caribbean, putting up warships and stuff to clean up the drugs, stop the drugs coming into the country is my first thing. Second of all, how he cleaned up NATO in his first and second terms, like getting all the European countries to, you know, up their spending.
NATO increased how much much they were putting into NATO more under Biden. Biden also got the entirety of NATO to like help defend Ukraine from Russia, and Trump literally cut the funding and then brought it back only recently because he realized that he got conned by Putin.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I don't debate you on Russia. I don't like what he's doing there. But what I'm talking about is the greater threat to Europe from China and Iran is what I think is the bigger problem, which I think he agrees on. And getting NATO to up their spending is sort of.
By the way, you keep touching you're touching your mic, and it's kind of hard to hear you a little bit. You keep just messing around and moving around your mic.
My bad. So, what was the question?
Okay, it's just gonna always be there. So I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Saray, thank you so much for the $50 for Happy Friday, everyone. Hi, Parker. What's up, Saray? Give me some W's for Saray in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the fucking $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 51.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump going to prison, being impeached.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube.
Hey, Parker, can you hear me again?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Hey, sorry about that. I went to go look at your resource, and I was gonna come back and tell you I couldn't figure out where it was, but
It's literally the link tree in my bio. It's the
I
link
know
tree in my
you have
bio.
like
You click
9
on
different.
sources.
I know you have like 9 different links in there, but
It
I didn't
says
want to go through
sources. It literally says sources.
Oh, well, I was trying to not leave the live, and then I came back and I was gone. But the end of the debate, it was a good debate. No hard feelings. Like I said, I am not like, super pro Trump. I mean, obviously I voted for Trump. You got to pick the greater of two evils. So unfortunately in this presidency I did not feel like Kamala was a better candidate than I hear. If she would have done a better campaign and things that she could have ran on, then maybe she would have a better chance. I think
So
that
what specifically do you disagree with in terms of what Kamala Harris advocated for?
But here's the thing: when they were asking her questions, you can look it up on like 60 Minutes and stuff like that. Questions that they were asking her. What exactly was she going to do to benefit the economy? What was she going to do, for X, Y, and Z, crime, all that other stuff? She really doesn't have answers for a lot of things. And like I said, I'm not going to get into it because I know.
What did she not have answers for?
Well, just go look at 60 Minutes. You can go look at that. It can give you everything.
Tell me
you need.
what she specifically didn't have answers for. And I just also
That's
want to
the
let
thing,
you know you can literally this is my link tree. Okay, you see this on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. Here, let me turn off that real quick. If you literally all you have to do is scroll down. You see sources right here.
Yeah.
You click on sources. It takes you to this, and you just click on immigration.
Well, right. That's just one policy, though. You know what I'm saying? We could go into like all a bunch of different things that there is, but I think overall, I generally speaking, I just didn't think that Kamala really gave me the impression that Kamala could be a good president. If this was Trump versus Obama, I probably would have voted Obama.
Okay, why would you vote for Obama but not Kamala Harris?
Like I said, I think that the way that she campaigned was just, she could have done a better way. I mean, if we have Megan Thee Stallion at our campaign rally, like, come on.
I'm sorry. You seriously would vote for Obama over Kamala Harris just because Meg Thee Stallion supported Harris?
No, I'm not saying that's the only thing. I'm saying there's other policies and stuff that I would have to go look down and break them all down.
I'm sorry. Do you not want me to reference the guy at Madison Square Garden that literally said that Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage? Kid Rock, Trump being friends with Diddy and Epstein. Like, I mean, you want to talk about people that were a part of Trump?
Speaking,
Hulk Hogan? Hulk Hogan? Hello?
Technically speaking, Parker, there is floating trash in Puerto Rico.
The fucking pillow guy?
I'm technically speaking, there is floating trash in Puerto Rico. That is an actual fact.
No, stop. You're fucking disgusting. Don't fucking perpetuate. You're so fucking gross. You're so fucking gross. He said the island of Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage. That's fucking gross. Don't sit there and fucking perpetuate that gross shit. Fuck off. Literally, I hate people who do that. So fucking gross. Don't do that. You disgusting piece of shit. Literally, like, what the fuck? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please play Farm Sim, Parker. Just come on and play it, please.
They make so many accounts. The Farm Sim kid. He's a legend in the community. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
17.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. TikTok rules. It's on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I just don't want a woman as my president.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
February.
Okay. If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, and Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body, who would you vote for?
Depends if Trump had a fat ass. So I don't.
You're
I'd
disgusting,
have to,
dude.
see.
You're disgusting. What a fucking weirdo, dude. Like, why do you come up on the stream to say some fucking weird shit like that? Like, what is wrong with you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Mark!
Oh my. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. And
What's your birth year?
on what the other guy said, I just want to say that Puerto Rico does have a horrible pollution problem in their landfills, and that's what's causing.
Do you think that like the United States is a pollution problem?
Yeah, I think the United States.
Okay, so would it make sense to say that the United States is a floating island of garbage?
I wouldn't be offended if somebody did say that.
That would be fucking stupid. Okay, you're ridiculous. You're being ridiculous. Would it make sense to say that every single place around the planet?
I'm ridiculous because I wouldn't be offended.
Yeah, you're being ridiculous because that's an absurd thing to say about anyone's country. To say that it's a floating island of garbage just because we have every place around the world has a pollution issue. Every single country has a pollution issue. Okay? You understand that, right? Under your argument, you would be able to say that everywhere is garbage, which is ridiculous. You just left because you're fucking scared, bro. What a weirdo. Like, why would you try to defend that? Such a weird thing to do. Top Shelf, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Like, what? Also, by the way, pollution is made worse because of Trump. I just want to clarify that to him, if he didn't fucking know it. Because Trump doesn't even believe in climate change. He thinks the climate's going to start cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet. Jeez. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29, though.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Are you driving?
Am I driving?
Yeah.
No, I'm not driving.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I just told you I did.
Okay. Why so?
You know, I voted for him because I like his approach on the health with RFK. And I think he's way fucking better than Kamala Harris.
Kamala. So you want to make America healthy again? Okay, I have a question for you. How do you make America healthier? By cutting them off of food stamps, by cutting them off of access to health insurance, and by not believing in science.
Yeah. So, you know, if everything starts with our diet, dude. Our health starts with our diet. You know, RFK is looking to get some of the unnecessary preservatives out of the food, some of the red and yellow dyes. You know, things like that. I mean, it all starts with what you
listen.
What you eat.
You have to believe in things based upon science. If they don't believe in science, then why do you follow them if they're not going to make the country healthier?
Oh, so you're saying if the country starts eating healthier, the country altogether won't be healthier?
The country is not going to start eating healthier if it doesn't believe in science.
Well, if we take the unhealthy shit out of the food, I mean,
in order to determine what's healthy and what's not healthy, you have to utilize science.
Yeah, though, there's proof that them dyes are not good for you by any means.
Okay, and you say that's based on science, right? So if Donald Trump doesn't believe in science, how do you expect that he's going to like literally uphold science?
Oh, because he hired somebody who does that job very well.
You think RFK does that?
I believe he does.
RFK literally believes vaccines cause autism. Okay.
Well, there is a correlation in those two.
No, there's not.
Okay, well, that's how you feel.
No, that's what the facts say. There have been so many studies that have disproven this.
And
peer-reviewed studies disprove this.
Oh, I agree with him wanting to do a double-blind study on all the vaccines to make sure they're as effective as they say they are.
Yeah, so you understand that we've done studies, right? And it is the case that we've proven that the vaccines are effective. We've proven specifically that it doesn't cause autism. One, you're trying to stigmatize autism, right? And two, it is the case that you're not understanding that just because it is the case that we have more vaccinations now, and we also have more diagnosis of autism, that does not mean that specifically, right, a greater level of vaccination led to that. You also know that we have technology now. Are you saying technology causes autism? We also have, specifically within our society, more exposure to Donald Trump. Are you saying Donald Trump is causing autism? That would be ridiculous, okay? Just because
you're going way far.
You exist too. Did you know that you exist? You exist. You're also correlated with it. You getting older is correlated with more people being diagnosed with autism. So do you accept that just because there's a correlation between those two things, that one caused the other? You aging caused people to get autism?
Listen, dude. I see you're trying to twist everything up, but let me explain something to you. Like for instance, what do you think eradicated polio? You think it was a fucking vaccine?
What?
When we got rid of polio, how do you think that happened? From the fucking vaccine?
Yeah, literally.
So okay, what year did the polio vaccine come out?
I can check back.
All right, I think it's like 52.
It depends on what polio vaccine you're referencing. 52,
55,
yeah.
56, something like that.
55
Because
polio
I
vaccine
know.
developed. Yeah, 55.
Yeah, and so about 3 years later, we had the fucking Clean Water Act, though. And the main cause of polio is, contaminated water. And I mean, that don't make sense to you there. When we got clean water, they stopped getting the fucking shit water disease.
So I just want you to know, polio specifically was reduced because of the vaccine. You said polio comes from water?
So listen, what year was our Clean Water Act?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you give me a source on this?
Yeah, dude, you got a computer in front of you.
Yeah, I'm asking you for a source.
Yeah, type in Clean Water Act, and you can click on whatever source you like.
So it says polio is highly contagious and spreads through contact with the stool of an infected person.
Right. So what
the virus enters the body through the mouth, replicates in the throat, and the gastrointestinal system, and it gets excreted from the body through the stool. It can also contaminate food and water in unsanitary conditions. So you're slightly part of the water part. Any infected person is contagious to others from 7 to 10 days before and after symptoms of illness occur, but the virus can still be found in stool for up to 6 weeks or longer. So I mean, if you want to reference again the Cleveland Clinic, what do they say is the best way to prevent polio?
Well, can you tell me what year that built the clean water shit was?
Can you answer my question? What is the way that the Cleveland Clinic indicates is the best way to prevent polio?
Clean water.
No, it's to get vaccinated.
No, dude. I mean, do you really believe that in your heart?
That's what the Cleveland Clinic says. It says the best way to prevent polio is to get vaccinated.
Dude, do you laugh because you know you're full of shit?
What makes you think I'm full of shit?
I mean, you're just talking like you know, and you didn't even know shit about what I just asked you.
You're referencing this is from 1972, by the way. There's a pretty big distinction between 1972 and like a decade prior, where they developed the polio vaccine. Over a decade prior.
So these studies you said they've done, right? Do you understand how not legit they are? Like for instance, they were testing vaccines in African American males 36 months and under in age, and they did that testing from the U.S. and New Zealand. Though there's barely.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you vaccinated?
Am I? My kids ain't.
You didn't get your kids vaccinated? So you put your kids at a significantly greater risk of all these different illnesses because you think that you're better at analyzing science than doctors and scientists?
I know them doctors and scientists want me to fill my babies up with metal, dude, and harmful shit, and I don't stand for that.
Why do they want that?
They get paid for it, I guess.
No, they get paid to help you They get paid to help you specifically get better. That's what they get paid to do.
They get paid to put shit in your body that keeps you coming back.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
If they did that, they would go to prison. Okay?
That's where they should be.
You think all doctors should be in prison?
I didn't say all doctors, but ones who knows what's going, because there's some doctors who don't
so every doctor that believes vaccines are safe and effective, you think that they should go to prison?
No, every doctor who does it with ill intentions, like when they know better. They doing it for the money. They're doing it for,
Doctors obviously believe that vaccines are safe and effective. And oftentimes doctors don't do it for the money. They do it specifically to benefit the people who are literally like there in the hospital.
So you, do
Same
you
thing
think if
true
they
for
took
plenty
away
of
their
other
pay-
medical workers, whether they be nurses, different types of technicians, etc. People go and work in the hospital because they care about other people.
So how come they don't do it for free?
Because they need to live. And
Yeah, but I
oftentimes,
mean-
oftentimes doctors do it for free. For example, do you know who Dr. Mike is?
Dr. Mike sound like some fake shit.
No, Dr. Mike was on a Jubilee episode where he debated a bunch of vaccine conspiracy theorists. And he specifically goes in and he volunteers, right, as a doctor all the time.
He volunteers as a doctor.
Yes, he volunteers. He does it for free. And he'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you right now.
And so yeah, okay. So you say you don't feel RFK is fucking suitable for that position? You don't think he knows nothing about health? Have you ever looked up the article by Brian Hooker on CDC? He proved he proved the vaccines have to correlate to autism. Though you can look it up. It's on
No,
the
there's
CDC
no
website.
evidence of that. Again, I have sources specifically in
Look
my
it up,
bibliography in my bio
look.
if you'd like to go check them out that disprove this. Again,
I'm not trying
vaccines
to check
absolutely
your
do
bio.
not. There's no good evidence of this at all. You're whipping this right out of your ass because you want to
Oh,
believe the
so
same
do you
conspiracy
know who
bullshit as
Brian-
RFK, who has no medical degree, no basis in science, and just believe things based upon a trust me bro. Seriously, a trust me bro is sufficient sources for you. Not the medical consensus, not
Slow it
scientific
down,
peer-reviewed studies, not any type of real evidence that
getting
indicates that
nervous, man.
vaccines across the board are effective. You're nuts, dude.
I'm not nuts.
Yes, you are.
So listen to me. Do you know who Brian Hooker is, or is that why
Dude,
you started reading
you
fast?
are literally getting grifted. You're getting grifted by people who are anti-science, okay?
I'm not getting fucking grifted.
Yes, you are, dude. You are
sick?
totally getting grifted.
Hey, you're full of fucking shit, dude.
And why?
I mean, because you're just talking about I'm grifted. I mean, I asked you, do you know who Brian Hooker is? And you just sat there and started reading your fucking book fast as hell.
I don't have any book in front of me.
Well, you just had one all the way in your face, dude.
Wait, the book says trust me, bro, dude. And there's
I don't give a
nothing
fuck what
there's
it says.
literally nothing in the book.
So why are you putting it up to your face?
Kathy, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Don't believe RFK Jr. He even said so.
I hope she disputes that fucking charge later.
Who?
That lady who just sent something to you.
Why? Kathy's not going to do that. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you. BA, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'm an ASD researcher, and there's one set of studies that correlates ASD with the vax. The guy Wakefield made them up to be famous, and he falsified data.
Hey,
Thank you for the information. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now?
So you'll-
Zach,
so
thank you
you'll
so much
read-
for the
you're
$10.
going
Thank
with
you,
their
Zach.
opinion, dude?
Yeah, because they actually know what the fuck they're talking about.
How do you know? That could be some weasel.
Data, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. What do you mean some weasel? What the fuck do you mean? Wait, by the way, you didn't question that about the random conspiracy guy that you just cited, and you only questioned that with people who actually have degrees. He didn't question that with RFK.
Hold on.
He
What
questions
makes
it
a
specifically
conspiracy?
with
What
people
makes
who
it a
have degrees and have a
conspiracy,
basis in what they do. What are you talking about?
What makes
How
it
do
a
you know?
conspiracy?
What? What'd you say?
You don't want to hear what I got to say.
Go ahead and say it. Jeannie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have
Man,
2
no.
autistic kids. My son was diagnosed before he was even given any vaccines. Vaccines do not cause autism. Absolutely. The fact that we're even having this conversation is nuts. Obviously, this has been disproven like so many times based upon medical science. The only reason you believe this is because you literally believe in conspiracy bullshit that you just feel like it's true. This is the
No, I
same thing
don't.
as me believing specifically because I feel like it that Ben 10 created the universe. Ben Tennyson. He did it. I promise you. It was Ben 10.
It's so weird, dude. You get to talk about cartoons and shit. Like, I don't understand you, dude.
I'm sorry. That's the same level of basis of rational thought as you. Actually, I have
All right,
better
well.
reason to believe that Ben 10 created the universe than what you're referencing here.
Oh, my hell.
I mean, Ben Tennyson is
dude.
real, dude. He's real. And
Look, dude,
he is your Lord and Savior. I promise you.
He ain't my fucking Lord and Savior. You must be.
Yes, he
Hey,
is.
don't
Ben
make me
Tennyson
start
is your
calling
Lord and
crazy
Savior.
and shit, dude.
He has come here from the heavens with the Omnitrix to save you.
Does it make you feel good just talking shit, though?
No, I'm just saying. I'm like, dude, you can't just believe things because you feel like it.
Well, that's what you do.
No, it's not.
You just went strictly off with someone who sent you some money, and you said thank you. See, they know what they're talking about. No, the fuck they don't.
Because they have a degree. Like, for example, I have a degree in economics. Therefore, when I explain something about economics, there's going to be better reason to believe that than someone who specifically doesn't have any understanding within the field, until they hear from other people specifically within the field who are experts, or from a consensus that would indicate otherwise from what I said. JB, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. 100% of people who drink water unalive. Water unalives people.
That's crazy, dude.
Enlightenment, thank you so much for the $5. Yep, you know, water.
People for
There's a
$5.
correlation with water and death, okay? There's a correlation
no
with
limit.
water and death. Don't drink water. Don't drink water at all, because there's a correlation.
No, put the fucking fries in the bag, all right?
Fries in the bag? What are you
that's what I want
talking
you to
about?
do.
Did you just say that, really? Julie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Did you just
Yeah,
tell me to
what's
put the
wrong with
fries
that?
in the bag? Did you just tell me to get a job, dude? Emily, thank you
No,
for the
I thought you-
$15. Thank you so much, Emily. Rebecca with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's seriously, though. Serious, Emily. For real. Jillian with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jillian in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you
Hey, you
so
better
much,
send me
Jillian.
half
I
of
really
that shit,
appreciate
though.
it. Thank you so much for supporting the job. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You better send me half of that shit you just got.
You're not getting shit, dude. Go get a job, buddy. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop asking for handouts from everyone else.
Man, don't nobody ask for no fucking handout except you. I remember last time you told me you voted for
Andy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Andy, thank you so much. Thank you.
You
I
told
really
me you
appreciate it.
voted
Andy,
for
give it some
Kamala
W's for
Harris.
Andy in the comment section right now. Thank you. I really
Because
appreciate
you
it.
thought
As
she
well
was
as
gonna give me
Beverly
a
with the
free
$2. Thank you so much, Beverly.
Bro, stop talking over me for fucking $2.
Are you mad?
No, I'm just saying you just have some respect.
Okay.
I mean, I can see if it was 200, but $2 fucking dollars, dude, you could have saved that.
Brad, thank you so much for the $5 for wait, is it grift time? I think it is. Vile, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Vile.
Is it grip time?
Fluffy with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For my 9-year-old has more medical knowledge than this guy. I've spent years in the medical field trying to talk sense into the uneducated like him.
Yeah.
Rachel, thank you for the $5 for the fake job
Coincidentally-
paycheck. Thank you so much. I really
coincidentally,
appreciate it,
maybe
Rachel.
the one
Tino with the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, RFK does have a brainworm. Yes. He also actually
has a
literally
what?
decapitated a bear and then brought it into Central Park.
A bear?
Yeah.
And what's wrong with that?
What do you mean what's wrong with that? Hello?
But it's not like he didn't unalive the bear, though. That motherfucker was already where, you know, it was already...
What type of unhinged response was that? That's
I mean,
nuts,
dude,
Brad.
it's
Thank you for the
called
$5
sci-
from the
it's called
DNC.
science.
Thank you
It's
so
called
much,
science.
Brad.
He was studying it, dude.
What
Then
type
you
of
just say you
unhinged
believe in
shit?
science.
Dude, I'm sorry. Like, do you think it was just chill for him to bring a dead bear that was decapitated into the middle of Central Park?
Well, I think when you're doing
Demi, thank you for the
hands-on
$2
research,
to interrupt
you're-
this guy for $2. Thank you. Julie, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Amir, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Man, I hope your
Ask if
fucking
his
power
wife
goes
is
out
also
today.
his sister.
Do research. I do research. Are y'all fucking dumb?
Really? What do you research? What's it? Can you tell me what was your news like? Infowars, Alex Jones,
No, definitely not you, man.
Sally. Thank you for the $2. Well, you're getting information from me right now. So tell me, where do you get your news from?
You know, the different resources. Sometimes I get it from fucking TikTok.
TikTok, from different sources from TikTok. Can you specify any of the sources?
Yeah, I can. I
Go
get
ahead.
most of my shit from CNN.
Bullshit.
I do.
Jessica, thank
That's
you
one
so
of my
much for the
favorite
$30. Give me some W's for Jessica in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why are you watching the fake news media? Kelly, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So
Just to see.
would you agree with me that you get your news from fake news media?
Yeah. How's that funny, dude?
The fact that you, as someone who's MAGA, agrees that you get your information from fake news media is really funny.
Yeah,
John,
we
thank
all
you so
do.
much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kelly with the $5. Thank you. I don't. Shauna, thank you so much for the $5.
Yes,
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
yes,
Thank
the
you.
Fuck you, dude. You get yours from the fakest.
Who's the fakest?
I couldn't pinpoint it, but I hear the shit you say, and that no one knowledgeable says that kind of stuff that you get on
What
there.
did I say that was the fakest? And Feisty, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's almost like when I ask you a question, you fucking look up in the corner of your room and read a script, and it just don't sound like a genuine answer.
It says in the corner of my room that the guy on the live is insane.
You finished or you done, though?
Am I finished or done? Isn't that the same thing?
Is it?
Molly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, look, man.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Corky. Thank you.
I hope you have fun.
This guy's
on
mad.
there.
This guy's mad. That's all I gotta say.
I'm not fucking mad.
I don't know. You were saying that I
Do
was
you
the
think-
one. You said I had the fakest information ever. What tells you I have the fakest information ever, buddy? You were saying that like I don't have
Maria,
a real
thank
job.
you for the little cat. I appreciate the fuck out that. Dude, don't interrupt me when I'm thanking people for my shit, though.
You're welcome. Appreciate that mustache. You should be thanking me. I got you that, dude.
Up.
You should be thanking me right now. Can you thank me for that?
Dude. So, you interrupted me when I was asking you this. Remember when you told me you were going to vote for Kamala because you thought she was going to
Kamala.
give you a free house?
I never said Kamala Harris was gonna get me a free house.
Yes, you did, dude. And you got so emotional, and you said there's so many middle class single families in my chat.
What is this guy saying, bro? Did you
Yeah,
just,
don't
did you,
act
did you
like
just
that,
create an alternate reality in your head?
Don't
Autumn,
act like
thank you so
that
much for the
ain't happening.
$2. Thank you, Autumn. Bro
You
just
told me-
created some alternate reality in his head. When did this happen?
Well, months ago.
Oh, have I talked to you before?
Come on, man. You know you be ducking this shit.
Have I talked to you before?
Yeah, dude.
Was it after or
You know
before
you
the?
have- you
Well, I have
know
a
you
question.
have.
I have a question. Was it after or before the election?
Oh, probably both.
Both. Oh, what the fuck? Get off my live. Bye. The fuck? Ramona, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Ramona. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, not surprising that the MAGA could not read. It says one time only, bro. It says one time only. Sador, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Yo, what's about you?
Just play Farm Sim, Parker. Come on. Just
Maybe someday I'll play Farm Sim, okay? You know what? Maybe someday. There'll be a special Farm Sim day. And like in the top right, you'll see me playing Farm Sim. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, but in a very particular way.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Oh, bye-bye. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. John, thank you for the level up. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Autumn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, Autumn. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
What do you mean by support?
Alicia, thank you for the $2. Thank you. What do you mean by support? Libby, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. I'll be gone for a couple days, but talk really fast so only people who voted for Trump can understand me meaning. Just talk normally. Okay. Thank you, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry that you're going to be gone for a few days. Don't worry. We'll be here waiting for you when you get back. We'll be here waiting for you when you get back, and we'll miss you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? That Jordan Peterson debate will forever be like the most unhinged debate I've ever had. Like, that was unhinged. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Jill, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. What month?
January.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely. I love salmon. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think his abortion policy is better than Kamala Harris's.
Okay. What about his abortion policy?
He leaves it up to states. He supports the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and I think even the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which is what Kamala Harris was talking about, is harmful to millions of children around the world.
Around the world?
Yeah, there's an estimated 60 to 70 million abortions every year.
Wait, how does it affect the legislation around the world?
Because America tends to be other countries tend to follow suit on what America does, but we can talk about specifically
They're clearly
America.
not doing it with Trump's policy right now. So,
I'm sorry?
They're clearly not doing it with Trump's policy now.
Okay, then let's talk about America.
Okay.
Saves the lives of hundreds of thousands of children every year.
There's not a distinction in hundreds of thousands of abortions because of the restriction of Roe versus Wade specifically. That would be so great that it would be so worth it for you, especially when we're talking about the people specifically who have restricted access to abortion in circumstances in which they have been assaulted, right? Did you know that?
I would give
right, or for example, in situations where they are going to die, or because it is the case of their state's abortion laws. So I have a question: would you support leaving it up to the states if it is the case that it would not have any federal exceptions in place?
I think the only exceptions, and I'm a little bit more lenient than the average pro-lifer in terms of I think of that of grape. I think I would provide access to those people, incest, and then the life of the mothers at risk. They are going to die.
So, but
or be
would you
unalive.
so would you say that you're against leaving it up to the states unless it ensures that there are federal exceptions in place so that in those circumstances people can get access?
What do you mean? I'm against leaving it up to the states. If I could ban it entirely, then yes.
No, I'm asking you a very specific question.
With exceptions.
Would you be against leaving it up to the states, given that it doesn't provide federal exceptions for those circumstances?
No. Or yes, I would be against. I want exceptions for those circumstances.
Okay, so then you wouldn't want it to be passed, right? Leaving it up to the states. If it is the case that it does not provide those federal exceptions, well, that's exactly what happened when you overturned Roe versus Wade, without providing federal exceptions.
No, but you can still access abortion if the life of the mother is at risk.
No, not in situations in which people specifically have died in the U.S. because of their lack of access to abortion in the certain states they are in, especially because of their state's abortion laws being vague specifically for doctors.
Yeah,
right, and
okay,
medical
I
providers.
see what you're saying. I would disagree with that. I would say that is closer to Trump's policy than Kamala Harris's policy. You would agree with that, right?
Wait, I just want to let you know. So you would be okay with overturning Roe versus Wade, even if it didn't provide the federal exceptions?
Yes, because I would say overall more lives are saved. Yes.
Okay, so you're okay so you're okay with restricting people's access to abortion in situations in which they are going to die, in which they are specifically assaulted, because it is the case that you think that you are going to save more lives by doing it?
I have a question. I guess I'm unclear on your question. I'll just explain to you what I'm okay with here. I'm okay with the exception as it applies to the life of the mother. They are going to be unalived. That I would be okay with that exception under abortion.
But you're willing to overlook that. That's what I'm saying, is that you're willing to say that that's not enough of a specific reason to say that we shouldn't have this Roe versus Wade overturned, because it is the case that these federal exceptions have not been put into place.
I would say they should be put into place.
I agree that's what you're saying, but what you're not saying as well is that you do not agree with the policy being passed, Roe versus Wade being overturned, given that it is the case that you don't have the federal exceptions in place. Because you're willing to support Donald Trump because of this reason, which is a policy that you disagree with.
No, I would say that the way that it should be, I would say is exceptions for the life of the mother. And
I know you're going to keep saying that. I've already heard this multiple times. Would you like to respond with what I said?
I guess I'm not clear on what you're saying.
What's not clear?
I'm sorry. It's not clear. The policy being passed. What are you talking about? Because policy being passed.
Roe versus Wade being overturned.
That is not policy being passed. You understand that, right?
I understand.
That's why I'm confused. Okay.
Yeah, I tried to clarify.
Okay, so you're saying that you're asking if I'm okay with Roe v. Wade being overturned, which has been overturned.
Given that there isn't policy passed specifically to ensure that there are federal exceptions in place.
That's a tough one. I like that's a hard question. Like I don't know. I would have to think about that one. I think like
Okay, then if you have to
I
think about that, then abortion is not the reason why you support Donald Trump, because that is inevitably going to happen, given it is the case that that it's left up to the states. So it's either that you're specifically against it in situations in which it would be left up to the states, given that it doesn't have, given that these federal exceptions are not in place, or that you're in support of it. So you'll have to think about that. But if you don't really know, that's not a reason why you support Donald Trump. Try again. Why do you support Trump?
It is. Yes, it is, because like that's closer to Donald Trump's policy.
Okay, well then you agree with it being passed then, or not passed?
Okay,
Sorry, I apologize. You agree with Roe versus Wade being overturned, even if it's not, even if federal exceptions are not passed.
I would like that to be passed, but if that's what it takes for Roe v. Wade to be overturned, then yes, I'll go with that.
Okay, so then again, you care more about fucking zygotes and embryos than you care about women and pregnant individuals that will die because of lack of access to abortion, or great victims that won't be able to get access to abortion in their state because of their state's abortion laws, or children that have been assaulted, right? Specifically not being able to get access to an abortion. You have put the literal zygotes and embryos above them in terms of value.
A couple of things. I think you kind of forced me into like agreeing with this policy that doesn't like exactly align with my political ideology.
No, politics does. You supporting Trump did, because that's what happened due to Trump.
I would say that more people or more babies in the womb are being unalived per year than the amount of women who would die.
Watch this. Watch this. If you're in a burning building, and you could either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save?
Probably the newborn baby.
Why? That's 2 people or 1 person?
Because the zygote doesn't have a guaranteed, like, it doesn't, like, isn't guaranteed.
If it was guaranteed in terms of its future. 100%.
If it was guaranteed if it was guaranteed in terms of the future.
Yep, 2 zygotes, guaranteed future, or 1 newborn baby.
First, I would tell you that, like talking hypotheticals, like, doesn't really get us anywhere, but, I mean, I would probably go with the zygotes.
You would save the 2 single-cell organisms over 1 newborn baby? You let the newborn baby burn alive.
Because the potential of like more life is greater. Yes.
That's nuts, dude.
Like,
Wait, do you value potential?
That actually happens?
Wait, what? Say it again.
What are the odds that like I'm actually put in that circumstance?
Wait, you don't.
Like,
it doesn't have to be that you'd be in that circumstance. It's just that in that circumstance you would make that determination, which is an obviously absurd determination. It's supposed to be a value. All I'm doing is showing you a value judgment, right? And clearly you show that you value fucking single cell organisms, like literally the same as a newborn baby. You wouldn't care about the newborn baby that would experience the pain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. I would care about that newborn baby, and that's a circumstance that obviously you and I'm sure you would
But
join
less
me
than the
in
zygotes?
of trying to avoid that circumstance.
Less than the zygotes?
If there's a guarantee that those 2 zygotes grow into full human organisms, then yes, I would preference the zygotes over the newborn baby.
Okay. If I had a petri dish and I slapped a zygote, killed it, should I go to prison?
Zygotes don't go in petri dishes. It's a little bit absurd. No, what you're talking about.
Really? Yeah. I'm confused. What do they go into?
They go into like a freezer. I'm not exactly sure how they're grown, but obviously.
How do you create the zygote? What is it in?
I'm like some kind of container. I'm positive it's not.
What container is it?
I'm not sure. What is it?
Do you see?
Cryogenically stored.
You're talking about cryogenic storing. I'm talking about when it's specifically at the point of conception, when they cause conception.
Are you talking like in an IVF clinic?
What the fuck else would I be talking about?
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, my fault. Yes, petri dish.
Okay.
That's my fault. I'm sorry.
That's fine. So in a petri dish, zygote in a petri dish, I slap the shit out of it for YouTube and TikTok content. I kill that shit. Should I go to prison?
I think yes. Yeah.
Yes, I should go to prison.
Yeah.
Okay. So people who engage in the process of IVF, do you think that they should go to prison because it is the case that they're a part of serial murder because they discard multiple zygotes and embryos for each patient?
It's a motive thing.
What? I'm
They're giving
confused.
because the person who's going through like the IVF process is in the hopes of giving that baby the best chance of survival.
No,
And then
but they
choosing the
purposefully
zygote.
discard. They purposely discard the other zygotes and embryos they didn't use.
Yes, but like obviously the motives are different. Your motive is to create YouTube content. This other person's motive is to give this zygote the best chance of life and have the best
No,
chance.
I'm talking
of,
about the discarding is not looking for the best chance of life. So when you discard zygotes and embryos, are you saying people who discard embryos and zygotes are part of the IVF process? They're serial murderers and should go to prison for serial murder?
No.
Okay, well then obviously you don't think zygotes and embryos are people.
That's not how that works.
It is exactly how it works.
Because your motive is creating YouTube content. The other person's motive is giving the zygote that has the best viability to live.
Not the ones they discarded. Not the ones they discarded.
Okay, but again, you would agree that the motives are different.
Sure.
I feel like that's disingenuous at best to say they're not.
No, you can agree the motives are different. That doesn't mean that it's justified to murder in one scenario. Under your view, it's murder. So, like, I mean, what motive here is going to justify the murder?
Motive actually does like change like whether it's murder or not.
Really, really. So explain to me how the motive in this context changes whether or not it's murder to discard zygotes and embryos.
Because the difference is you are creating YouTube content. The other person is going through a process to.
So to clarify, if they discard embryos and zygotes for YouTube content, is that bad?
If they are trying to like, if they're still like, putting full priority into the viability of the zygote that they pick.
No, I'm just saying if they discard zygotes and embryos for YouTube content, right, to show you and to explain to you what the process of IVF is, would that be wrong?
If they're, can you please clarify as to whether they're like actually
if they like for YouTube content, we're showing you the discarding of zygotes and embryos for an educational purpose. Would you agree that that would be?
But they are also taking one of the zygotes in order to grow a human child.
Yeah, one of them, but the other ones they're discarding and killing.
I gotcha. Then yes, obviously that's not preferable to like the non-IVF process, but I think that it's.
How about this? What if I slapped the discarded zygote? So a discarded zygote, before it died, I saved it, and then I slapped the shit out of it for TikTok and YouTube content.
Obviously that's wrong.
Why? It was discarded. It was gonna die either way.
But it is a living thing that you're not giving its due.
So would they also be doing that when they're discarding it?
Yes, but your motive, like,
so then would you say that people are part of the IVF process that specifically discard zygotes and embryos, they're serial murderers? They've been a part of serial murder and should go to prison for the rest of their life?
No. I would say that the IVF process is less than preferable as to like the natural conceiving of a child. However, that is like it's just part of the process, and I would say that if they're like trying to prioritize the life of that one, the best zygote, then yes, that obviously.
So how about if someone is having an abortion? Because if they have an abortion, they'll be able to afford to have more children later in life.
But like that other child who can be conceived is like a life.
So is the zygote.
Yes. What?
So is the zygote.
Having an abortion. Yes, but like if someone is like doing the deed to have a child, they know what they're getting into, and if they do have that child, that like
exactly
that,
with IVF, same thing with IVF.
Yes, and they know that like they are going to prioritize one or two. Like I have a friend who's like having twins.
Yeah, so again, if someone wants to get an abortion and they prioritize specifically, right, having multiple children in the future rather than having one child now, would that be justified to have the abortion then?
No.
Okay, so then why is it justified to discard the zygotes and embryos? Because you specifically are going to be creating one zygote.
Because that like because you're like promoting the viability of one over the others.
What?
Obviously, the IVF process I've told like over and over is like we're going.
Yeah. So again in the circumstance where you're getting an abortion because you have more future children, you're promoting the viability of the future children comparative to the children child that exists now, right? Under your view.
Okay. So you're calling it children. So at least you're.
I'm using your view. I said your view. Your view. If you actually listened to me and didn't cut me off.
You've been cutting me off all day. Okay, fine, whatever.
Sure, but I'm just saying that you missed that part.
Okay, so then you are okay with like how many abortions happen per year
I'd have to go
in
back
the
and
United
watch
States?
it. And there's like hundreds of thousands of patients, and then there's multiple zygotes and embryos discarded for each patient. So there are like actually more zygotes and embryos that are dying than aborted fetuses.
I'm
So
sorry,
like
say that
you
again,
should
sorry.
care more about IVF than abortion.
Like a couple of different differences. I would say like more abortions
Where are the
happen
pro-lifers
later
talking about fucking IVF? Literally, I never hear them talking about IVF.
because it's like I mean like I'll talk about IVF if you want, but I'd hope you agree with me in saying that like more conceived like children grow to later in the pregnancy.
Well, I have a question.
During, like, an actual,
Should zygotes have rights?
What do you mean?
Should zygotes have rights?
What rights?
Like the right to life, and just like general rights.
I think they have the right
like
to
babies.
life. Obviously, like
Okay, so if I create a bunch of zygotes and I put them in my freezer, can I then claim off food stamps?
What?
Can I claim food stamps for all of those children?
No.
Maybe then I do have 10 children, chat.
No.
Why
Because,
not?
like, okay, so if we see that like under like federal assistance programs that like a baby has like the right to like receive like sustenance from the government, okay, but like if I give you the right to like
Yes.
if I give a zygote the right to free
I have got to feed the
exercise
zygotes,
that
dude. I've got to feed the zygotes and keep
How are you
them
gonna feed the zygotes?
frozen.
They
So
don't need
therefore,
to be-
should I be able to qualify for food stamps for all of those different
But
children?
that's not an actual circumstance.
What do you mean?
You're
This
laughing
could
at
totally
me.
happen. Wait, by
You
the
don't
way,
need to
this
feed
could
the
totally
frozen
happen.
zygote.
If this was possible where you could literally qualify for food stamps for children, specifically if they were zygotes, people would totally create zygotes and then qualify them in order to be able to get more money. That would totally happen.
Yes. No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Because the frozen zygotes don't need to be fed.
Wait, so then they shouldn't qualify. So having children shouldn't get you to qualify for food stamps?
If it is a child who has been born, then yes, you
Wait,
qualify
why
for
does
food
it matter only if they're born?
Because when they're unborn in the womb, they're getting fed by the mother, and if they're zygotes frozen, they don't need food.
Okay, so then the connotation of they don't need food, but in the womb they would need food, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. How about this? Should people specifically, if they are going to have twins, like prior to them being sentient, should they be able to qualify for federal programs? Should they
What
be
do you
able to
mean?
get a child tax credit?
Like prior to them.
Yeah,
having
yeah.
twins?
Once conception occurs, should they be able to apply for a child tax credit?
I don't know what the legislation looks on that. Are they not allowed to currently? Like you probably know more on it than I am.
Yeah,
I do.
currently you cannot do that.
Okay.
Should people be
I-
able to
I
get
don't-
child support?
No.
No, why not?
Because obviously, like a fetus in the womb is going to cost less than like an actual.
It
like,
requires
full-on child.
requires more nutrients.
It does require more nutrients.
So then,
and I
like,
think they
pay up that child support.
child support. What do you mean child support?
Child support. It's a zygote. You got to pay.
That's just not how it works in our system. Like we can talk
Well,
about
why
whether
not?
it should.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Because like the fetus is gets sustenance from the mother.
Yeah, meaning that you should pay the child support.
I think like what do you mean?
Can you fetus la fetus?
Can you fetus la fetus? That's absurd. What's the question?
We're just saying that, like, you know,
This
you should
seems
be
so
able to
unproductive.
ensure that there's child support for them, right? And they're people.
Okay, fine. They should be owed child support. I'll give you that.
Okay, zygotes get if there's a zygote, you get child support, correct?
If they are in the womb, then yes, you get child support.
What if so zygotes prior to implantation?
zygotes prior to implantation, do they need to be like, do they need sustenance?
Well, they haven't gotten to that point yet.
Do they need it now?
Sure, you would say, okay, I guess you could say that. So after implantation, once pregnancy begins, as soon as pregnancy begins, people get child support?
Yeah, let's do it.
Valid. Okay, you know what? Starting child support from the beginning of pregnancy? Okay. Okay, that sounds great. That sounds great for him.
Look, we're doing
Sounds like
a
his
lot, yeah.
position. Next question. Genuinely, if we want to talk about IVF again, explain to me why the discarded zygotes and embryos, right, aren't qualified as people, so that like when you discard them, that's considered murder.
What do you mean that they aren't qualified as people?
Oh, like, I mean, I don't qualify them as people, so obviously I wouldn't consider it murder, but like, oh, he just left. Why'd he just leave? Bro. Alrighty. Let me... he can join back in the guest box. I don't know why he just randomly left. That was really weird. Did his connection, like, cut out or something? I don't know. I'm gonna... Someone said someone knocked. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna thank some people. I'm gonna catch up. Let me thank some people and catch up real quick. Wedding, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Parrish with the $50. Can we get some W's for Parrish in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Parrish. W's for Parrish in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Spiral, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Absolutely, though. Literally. Apparently, they have no relation with Project 2025. Crazy, right? Crazy. Crazy. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Christopher, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I'll definitely make sure to look. Molly, thank you for the $5. Harper with the $10. Chris with the $5. Thank you. Maybe you would. Again, Christopher, thank you so much. For some reason, it's not showing me the whole thing. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Sorry, I was just responding to my girlfriend real quick. I apologize, everyone. I apologize. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Just 1 second. Let me pull this up. I'm going to pin the comment on YouTube. I forgot to do that. We're about 2.5 hours into the stream, everyone, meaning we have about 2.5 hours left or so. So just letting everyone know. Alrighty, we're going to start getting people up here in a second. Give me 1 second. I'm just pinning the comment here on YouTube. Alrighty, let's pin that comment on YouTube. Support me. Boom. Alright, pin that comment. Alright, everyone. Oh. Pin that comment. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's get this next person up here real quick. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as you can follow me here on TikTok and on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. That's absolutely free to do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Appreciate the Safari hat. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Jenna, thank you for the $5. Yes, I think it typically does end at 6 months, but like they should extend it. Valkyrie, thank you for the $10. And Karen, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Why do you support Donald Trump? Pat, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I don't know. I mean, for the first 22 years of my life, I never paid attention to politics or anything. I'm 40 now, and I looked at my bank account when he was president the first time, and my savings was up huge. And then Biden got in, and it just dwindled away so quick. So I went back, and I've first time voted ever in my life and voted for Trump.
So how did Biden cause your bank account to go down?
I don't know. It just seemed like, I'm sure between Trump and Biden, gas jumped up so damn high. Our groceries went high.
Groceries
And I'm
and
not
gas have both
blaming-
gone up since Trump got in office.
Huh?
Groceries and gas have both gone up.
Yeah,
Since
well, I'm
Trump got in
talking-
office.
I'm
Since
sure-
Trump got in office.
Yeah, the first time, and Biden, I'm sure, helped with it. I'm kind of stuck in the middle. I'm not liberal. I'm not, or I'm not leftist. I'm not right. I go off what I see to have the best life possible, and that's why I voted Trump.
Okay, but like, how is Trump going to increase the quality of your life?
I'm hoping, things can start going down. I mean, he's only been in office, 7 months?
Is there any policy of his that you like?
No. I mean, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
So if there's no policy you can mention of his that you like, then why do you like him?
I like that the borders calmed down.
What do you mean by it's calmed down?
Like, there's not so many people just coming in.
Okay, so you judge that based on border crossings? Well, did you know that there were lower border crossings the end of Biden's first administration comparative to the end of Trump's administration?
His first term?
Yeah, first term. I meant to say Trump's first
like
administration.
I said, I never paid attention until Biden got in, and it's not even that I pay attention to the policies. It's just what I see in my everyday life that I.
Yeah, but again, the point that I'm making is, again, in terms of Donald Trump, he, at the end of his first administration, there were lower levels of border crossings on a daily average than the end of the Biden-Harris administration. So it seems like the border that Biden inherited was worse than the border that he handed over to Trump.
Okay, yeah, I'll agree with that, but Biden didn't help at all either. I mean, he let a lot of people in as well.
I think it's good to. I think we should let more people in. I think the immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration was a good thing, and it actually will lead to an almost $9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034.
Which is good.
Yeah.
But we can't let it just run rampant. I know that.
We're not. I think we have too low immigration. I think that we should have 1 to 3% population growth. And if we want 1% population growth, we're going to need significantly more immigration than what Trump's allowing for.
And, earlier you were talking, somebody was talking about who's paying for the illegals, and you said it was states like New York, California. But, taxpayers are paying in state taxes, and we're paying for these people to have houses. And there's a lot of us struggling out here. Can't get the help, but these guys hop the border and they get help pretty easily compared to
what help? What help do undocumented immigrants get?
Well, I've read and seen. Well, like I said, I don't know too much, but housing, food stamp cards. Just
so
stuff
undocumented
like that,
immigrants did not get food stamps or housing. Neither of those did undocumented immigrants get. I think what you're trying to reference is asylum seekers, where they got state policy, specifically like state help for food and for severe shelter in terms of severe weather. So what's wrong with that? That's state policy, and I thought you guys were so pro states' rights.
Oh, I am.
So then you're totally okay with that then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well then what's the issue?
I don't have an issue with people coming over to have a better life at all. I want them to do it the right way. And if that's asylum, that's fine.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't really have an issue with people coming, and I just don't want our citizens to kind of get pushed to the side for undocumented people.
People aren't being pushed to the side for people who are undocumented. Really, the system that is pushing people aside is the system set up by Republicans to restrict how many people can come to the country artificially. I mean, through Ellis Island, people used to get into the country legally within 3 to 7 hours. Okay. Tell me why we have significantly better technology today and it takes way longer.
I agree with the fact that it takes way too long to get a citizenship here.
So then why don't you agree with Democrats that we should make it go quicker?
Oh, I do. That's why I said I'm not left or right. I'm in the middle, and if I agree that we should have a faster process.
So then what do you agree with Republicans on?
Like I said, you could have me there. You know, I'm not. I don't. This is my first time doing something like this, so I'm not here to fight, argue. I'm just trying to learn a little bit because, like I said, I'm kind of independent. I just see what I see, and if I like it,
that's totally fine. Don't worry about it at all. I'm just trying to get you to realize specifically that Republicans are not out to help you. They're out to help the rich, right? They're out to help the people who have millions and billions of dollars, right? And corporations. They're not here to help out you. Kamala Harris wanted to keep all of the tax cuts within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income under $400,000 a year. And she wanted to increase income tax on income over $400,000 a year, and specifically capital gains for income over $1 million in a year. So she specifically was going to address, right, the concerns that this country has in terms of, one, the rich not paying their fair share, two, the debt, meaning that they were going to add significantly less to the debt than the Trump administration, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, $4 trillion less than Trump. And Trump is advocating to increase tariffs specifically on or taxes on American consumers through the context of tariffs, which disproportionately raise prices, which will negatively impact the lower and middle income individuals in this country because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So if taxes go up more for consumer goods, they spend a greater percentage of their income on consumer goods. They pay a greater percent of their income in taxes.
Yeah, I've seen that by the Republicans that, yeah, they kind of look out for themselves.
Okay. Sure. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add, I guess?
No, like I said, just first time doing something like this and been watching, so thought I'd give it a shot. And
hey, Pat, well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming up, man. It was good talking to you. Keep watching these lives and keep critically thinking and stuff. I appreciate you, man.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Someone said in the comment section, I love watching Parker's lives die because of his lies about Trump each and every day. It's over soon. And these are the same people that say that Dean lies as well. And Dean's lives are going crazy. Plus, there's literally like 5,000 people here on TikTok and almost 3,000 people here on YouTube. And it's fucking 11:40 a.m., dude. It's 11:40 a.m., bro. Joe Lish, thank you for the 5 member subscriptions. Thank you. Rachel with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? It's literally what corporations want them to do to distract them away from the fact that corporations are fucking them over. Parrish, thank you so much. I appreciate the member subscription. Noel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much, Noel. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support some of his policies.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Well, I'm a convicted felon, so I can't vote, which is weird because our president's got, 34 counts, right?
It depends on the state. It depends on the state that you're in.
I guess if I could go back in time, I want to be a felon, huh? But
if you could go back in time and you did have the ability to vote, would you vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Probably Donald Trump, to be honest.
Why?
I don't think Kamala Harris was a good fit. That was kind of last minute because Joe Biden was so, I'm going to run. I don't know if I'm going to run. You know, that kind of wishy-washy attitude.
No, he just said that he wasn't going to run after saying he was going to run, because it is the case that he
Well, he
realized the Democratic
participated in
Party
the
didn't
first.
want him to run anymore. Oh, and by the
He
Democratic Party, I mean the
participated in the
voters.
He participated in the first debate, and it didn't go too well for him.
Exactly.
And then he backed out of the race. That debate could have been given to Kamala, which if the Democratic Party knew what they were doing, they would have allowed her to take that first debate, which I think was a weak point on the Democratic Party. But again, I don't like this.
At that point, there wasn't enough.
We're all
There wasn't
united.
enough of. At that point, there wasn't enough of an idea to get Biden to step down. Biden wasn't going to step down.
Of course not. His pride got in the way, just like in 2028. You know, Donald Trump's pride will interfere as well. So we're humans. That's what we do.
What do you mean?
When we're prideful.
Okay. What's the point of saying that, though?
Well, because you asked if I support Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, and if I were to go back in time, who would I pick? And if the Democratic Party, who I mainly favor, does some wishy-washy stuff, it's just, I'd rather pick the person that wants to make us better. And him wanting the American people to work, Trump, I think that's positive. All of our jobs have went overseas. I think we could
Can you name
rebuild.
one policy Trump's passed, not only to bring back jobs to the country, but also to make us better?
Oh, well, I mean, well, you now own 10% of Intel, bud. And if Intel succeeds in making their chips, which Joe Biden tried to have a chip manufacturing
I have a question. Would you be
plant
okay with the United States buying 10% of every company in the U.S.?
I actually have a big problem with our nation actually owning it, because we're supposed to be a free market. But if we are to become better as a nation and become wealthier because of the past mistakes that past presidents have done to our nation, then I think that we should use this opportunity, if our Congress and Senate are passing laws to have these chips made here in America, which we're spending tax dollars on them making those laws, then I really think that maybe we should get a little cut, because, you know, we're the American people are suffering as counties start raising taxes.
I just want to let you know we'd have more revenue specifically to help out people in need. If you want to reference specifically like Kamala Harris's policies, that would have less debt-related spending. Apparently, you have anti-Trump stuff on your account.
Yeah, I do, of course. I went to jail because I wrote "fuck Trump" on the sidewalk. Which
Okay. Noel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I do.
Have I talked to you before?
Yes, you have multiple times.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to talk to you again. They did put in the comment section Vance and Kirk. They wanted them to be the next president. He said Vance and then Kirk as vice president. That's fucking crazy, by the way. Actually nuts. Push the greeting heart, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 51, man.
Are you driving?
No, I'm parked.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why is that?
I wanted a leader. I wanted someone to get in there, make decisions, and get stuff done kind of quicker. You know, 4 years is not a very long time. And I'm kind of okay with a breakaway from all these politics. And, you know, I appreciate, you know, like or dislike, you know, he says it how he sees it, and he goes after it, and he puts the team together to try and get stuff accomplished. And, I mean, point in case, he got National Guard, walked him through D.C.
Can I ask you a question? You said he says it how he sees it, but then he also said that the Epstein files were a Democratic hoax created by the Obama administration, the Clinton administration, and by the Biden administration. Do you agree with that?
I can't agree with something I don't know about. And like I said, he says it how he sees it. I'm not saying everything I agree or disagree with him or anything like that, but that's how he sees it. And the reality is, nobody knows. Nobody knows. There's not been everything that's involved with it been put out for the public to look at and stuff. And I'm thinking that that's kind of I don't know, man. Fine, keep looking into that stuff. But right now, you got states, especially blue states, that need to get better balance in voting. You got, he goes out and he starts drilling restrictions, and then I'm living in a state that's jacking up the gas tax, 7-8%. And so, that stuff there, I don't know specific, but someone in there getting something done, going to talk to people that other politics don't talk about. And again, he's not a traditional politician that goes out and speaks in vague and smiles and waves and, reads the next teleprompter.
That's literally what he does. I just want to land. That's exactly what he does. What was his health care plan?
I'm sorry?
What was his health care plan?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that too much.
He said concepts of a plan 10 years into running for presidency. He still says that to this day. Now, if you want to reference that, that's not a policy. That's incredibly vague. What was his child care policy? Didn't have one. Housing affordability policy? Didn't have one. Policy to fight climate change? Didn't have one. Policy to lower prices? Didn't have one. So he was incredibly vague. He just said drill, baby, drill. He gave random platitudes. That doesn't, to me, sound like he's being super upfront. Secondly, he had 30,000 confirmed lies. He doesn't really say it how he sees it when he specifically has 30,000 confirmed lies. And I can give a specific. In terms of the tariffs, he said that tariffs were going to not cause prices to go up, that they were going to cause prices to go down, while also increasing domestic production. Could you explain to me how that's possible?
Well, I can explain this. I'm not a tariff expert, but I do think our country needs to have a balance between a high level of manufacturing here versus creating such high taxes and payroll taxes and all those things that a company, being a business person, at the end of the day, their goal is to make money and grow. And if it's like, well, if I put my factory over here and I got cheap labor, I've got cheap electricity, I don't have all these regulations and baloney to follow, and I can make my stuff here and even pay a little bit of a higher tariff, I'm still making money selling into the American economy. So in the end, what I believe needs to be done is a balance. And there needs to be enough solid manufacturing and products produced here in America that if something, happens in China or all these other countries where all our businesses are, that we don't feel the immediate impact, or we can at least tighten our belts and get through it instead of, the world decides to not send stuff to us and all our manufacturing's gone. We're behind the ball.
Yeah, so if you actually take a look at the manufacturing investment in this country, when Trump got in office, it was higher than when he left office in his first term. And then if you want to look at Biden, there was a massive increase when he was in office. And then since Trump got in office, it's declined.
Well, you need to understand how the ball rolls, okay? And this is something that everybody needs to understand about the politics. Whenever one administration gets in, they have the luxury of anything that's bad from the previous administration, they get to run on it and blame them for. And when anything good that the previous administration did that starts taking effect a little while longer down the road, and it's in their administration that there's positives coming in, then they get to take credit for it. So it's like, you got to go back and look at that data to see, well, what decisions were made in his first term that led to some positives. Not all of them were positive, but what were positives in the Biden's term, they took credit for. They blamed all the bad stuff previously. And then now whatever was done in Biden's term. But I think the whole mess here that we're dealing with is some of a lot, for me specifically, what made me want to take a break, because I'm a centrist. I don't affiliate with any party.
Before we do, I just want to let you know, this is not because of Trump. Not at all. This is because of the Biden-Harris administration's policy. This is not because of Trump. So, the idea that, this is just delayed effects of the Trump administration is ridiculous. It was on a trend down his entire administration.
Yeah, then you take that graph and you impose it over states that when those benefits start coming up, states start overtaxing and increasing payroll taxes and gas taxes and DMV fees and things like that, which, that growth chart you had is a cool chart, but superimpose how it benefited the people in Ardvey coming up. I've seen the cost of housing rise in my area up to $500,000, and there's people living all over out in the woods and stuff because they can't simply afford a 3% down and get into a house and pay a $3,000 a month mortgage.
So I just want to, cost of living has gone up since Trump got in office because it is the case that manufacturing aspects of the manufacturing process come from countries around the world, materials especially, which then have become more expensive, which then makes it harder to build houses in the United States because you have to import the products in order to be able to buy them, or in order to be able to use them. And then in terms of interest rate, that's because there's upward pressure on prices due to the tariffs as well. So Trump's policy actively is making it worse in terms of housing prices. And he had no housing affordability policy. The Biden-Harris administration actually did have housing affordability policy, right? And that's what she was advocating for in her administration. And then apparently people didn't want to vote for her. So,
look, whenever the government gets involved and says, "Hey, we're going to have an affordable housing policy," all the states and all the predators around it, the real estate people, all the people involved with it, with permits, with building, with getting all that stuff paid, all those fees increase. So first thing that you need to understand is if you think the government is the solution, more government is the solution to problems, you haven't sat in a DMV for very long. The government doesn't run things really good. What I support is getting less government.
Dude, the DMV is fine.
Let the counties, let the cities figure their stuff out. But I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with you because I think you need to start using your platform so we all come back together. I'll make a deal with you. Whenever I get a ballot, whoever I vote for, I will vote out any incumbent. Anybody that's been sitting in there forever. If I want to go Republican, I will vote a different Republican in. If I vote Democrat, I will vote a different Democrat in. And I think that we can handle the legislative issue by just putting people in there that need to go in there and lead and really get things done, not play this backroom talk, not play this, hey, let's get money coming back around, anything that raises all the issues about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think that both sides of this country could be healed immediately if everybody says, okay, I'm going to stay blue, I'm going to stay red, I'm going to stay purple, whatever color you are, but when I vote, I will vote in a new person. Get rid of all the ones that have been sitting in there for 100 years on every side. I don't think I think 2 terms in the Senate is too long. I think 6 years is fine. I think for the legislative branch, I think you just say, you know what, 2 years, I'm going to give you 3 terms. There's 6 years right there. And then the president, until this country comes back together, every election, vote in a new one. And if you want to stay Republican on whatever, vote a different one in. I think that would create the purpose of, hey, if I'm going to go into office, I'm really going to do
based on
something
that reasoning, you wouldn't have voted for Trump if he could go back in time, because he already had been elected.
No, I would have. I would have voted for him a second time because, and here's why. When I was looking at the DNC, they shot themselves in the foot when they pushed out Tulsi Gabbard. If they had not have pushed her out and tried to force Hillary in there, I guarantee you she'd be in her second term right now. And the other thing is, when Bernie won it, and he got pushed out. And then the icing on the cake for me was, okay, Biden's not going. He's got health issues. Okay, well, we're just going to put Kamala in there. And when I'm hearing everybody, democracy.
Vice presidents just step up when presidents step down. I'm sorry, you just learned that.
When they're debilitated. No, they had time to have an emergency DNC to select somebody that they wanted to represent the Democratic Party. Instead,
she's the vice president. She's the vice president, and she steps up when the president steps down.
Yeah, he didn't step down. He ended his office.
He stepped down. He stepped down from running, and when the president steps down, the vice president steps up. That's just a fact.
Not during an election. You could have had a DNC to say, who do we want to represent, and that didn't happen. Somebody got put in there.
We did. The DNC had a convention. They specifically indicated it was Harris because Harris was the nominee because no one else decided to run up against her because the vice president steps up when the president steps down.
And you need to look into why nobody ran up, decided to run against her under those circumstances.
I just want to let you know. When we vote in the primaries, we vote for the president and vice president in that context. And the vice president was Kamala Harris. And we know that if the president will ever step down, the vice president steps up. That's just how it works. Okay? Everyone knows this. Apparently you didn't, but everyone else knows this.
They selected her in between the gap when they could have, because if Biden would have quit during his time in office, then the vice president would have stepped up as the president.
No, it's not necessarily in office. It's even in campaign for running. Say it was the case that like a presidential candidate, like say Donald Trump stepped down. It would have been Vance that stepped up, given that he was already the vice president, because they were nominated
during his term. Okay, that's during the term. Biden
no,
didn't
even
step
before
down
even before, like before, if it was right before Trump got elected, like the day before, it would be Vance versus Harris. That's what it would have been.
What do you mean Vance versus Harris?
Yeah, if Donald Trump stepped down the day before the election, it would have been Vance versus Harris.
Not if they weren't in office already.
If they were not in office yet, it still would be the vice president that steps up because they already voted that ticket.
People were faced with a challenge, and this is why Trump won. You know, this is why he won the popular vote and the swing states and all that. Was that you put those two on a scale.
Sure. How about this? Let's clarify, because the only route I think you could possibly disagree with this is that he wasn't appointed at the RNC. Let's say a day before the RNC, Trump steps down. It would be Vance that steps up. That's exactly what would happen. A day before the RNC, that's what would happen.
I'd have to tease that out. I don't know if that's exactly true. I don't know what options the RNC would have had written in their bylaws if that would have been the case.
Well, I'm just telling you how it would have happened. Everyone knows that that's what would have happened.
The vice president didn't step up because the president was down. The president did not run for the second term, and the DNC chose Kamala to be in there because she was already in there. She had all the video stuff and all the recognition. They looked at it as an advertising deal. And again, they shot themselves in the foot when they pushed out Tulsi, when they sidelined Bernie, and then they shoved her in.
Would you have voted for Bernie? Would you have voted for Bernie over Trump?
Who would he been over Trump? Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
Well, then what's the point? Why do you care?
Bernie's a little too far left because of the socialist approach to doing everything, and I don't believe that's the way we need to go here.
Can you define socialism?
Continually taxing those that actually provide, produce, and do something to give to those that do not.
So then are you a socialist because you believe in some level of progressive tax policy?
No, I don't believe in any tax. I say cut the tax.
He wants to completely get rid of taxes. Okay, then watch this. How are you going to have any money to pay for Social Security, for Medicare, for Medicaid, for K through 12 education?
You're crossing your hairs here. At what point do you say the states need to figure that out?
What do you mean? You understand that I think there should be things federally determined. And then are you okay with state income tax? Well,
that's up to the states, and then we can move to.
You're okay with state income tax? Can't you move to whatever country you want technically?
Yeah, and I'm in the country I want to be in, and that's why I vote against any high taxes whenever they come up on my ballots in the area that I live.
Yeah,
no more high taxes.
No, we want to increase taxes for the very rich, specifically to be able to pay for things that people need in general. Let me explain why. Like, for example,
for what?
So, for example,
taxes for what?
Yeah, for example, Donald Trump through his big beautiful bill, he's cutting access to Medicaid food stamps and children's school lunch and breakfast. 420,000 children on
Okay.
average per
School
month.
lunch, okay.
What's up?
The school lunch is the Department of Agriculture. Okay. And my other question to you is, who's he cutting Medicare, Medicaid taxes for? The people that qualify, or the people that they've redesigned the rules to say they don't qualify?
They've redesigned
60,
the
I
rules
think
to say that
the-
they don't qualify is the exact same as cutting people off. That's
Yeah, but the people that qualify can get it. My mom's 80. She's got it. Okay. She was born here, raised kids here, worked
so
here for 100 years.
he believes in Social Security and he believes in Medicare because his family gets it. But then when he's asked specifically who's going to pay for it, he's like, "Oh, not rich people. Who the fuck else?"
That's not what I said. Okay, I asked you, who is he? You know, you're saying they're cutting it by a lot of money for who? Who's he cutting it for? Okay.
For the bottom 20% of
Why
income
are these?
earners.
Okay, illegal or illegal Americans?
All legal citizens. I don't know what do you mean? By the way, you think that undocumented immigrants were getting Medicaid and food stamps?
First off, you're 30. Okay, and again, your boy Clinton did this back in the 90s. He cut off the extension of unemployment, and he cut off the welfare stuff. And the same arguments came up. And you
Watch
wanna know
this.
what
Watch
happened?
this. Watch this.
People went back to work.
Watch this. Bill Clinton cuts Medicaid and food stamps, bad. Trump cuts Medicaid and food stamps, also bad.
No, it wasn't bad. When Clinton did it, they did the data. Go back and look it up. I think it was like high 70s. People went back to work. People went back to providing for
Can you
themselves.
give me a single source?
Not right now. I'm on my phone listening to your show. Don't have a computer in front of me, and I don't make all these lists and stuff like that. But I remember specifically when he cut it, it was a big rage. I heard the same stuff. Oh, kids are going to starve and people are going to be on the streets. Didn't quite happen. Because
Well, the
also what
Congressional
happened
Budget
is
Office
that-
indicated that this is going to happen. You can sit there and you can deny, you can act like it's not going to happen, but we have good data to indicate this is going to happen. This will affect people who are disabled as well, who specifically have not qualified for disability, right? Because it takes a long time to qualify for disability.
Yeah.
So again, can you address that it is the reality that Trump is going to harm people because of these particular policies that are going to cut hundreds of thousands of children off of their free school lunch and what's it called? Free school lunch and breakfast, right? And literally 2.5 million people off their food stamps every month, along with over 10 million people off their health insurance.
Okay, so let me try to put this in some context here. When is it the government's responsibility to provide these for people? Aren't people supposed to go out and take care of those things?
I think it's the responsibility of the government to provide a baseline for everyone in this country. I don't think that anyone in this country should go hungry. I don't think anyone in this country should go without a house, without health care, without basic bare necessities. Like, I mean, are you really advocating for like everyone to have like cut benefits and us not to have like a safety net for people? Like, I think that's ridiculous.
Safety net assistance, not something you depend on. There's a fine line there. And if you got people depending on it, it's going to keep happening. The same department that you're saying is cutting money for free lunches
I have a
and
question.
children
I have a
is the
question.
same department-
If there was a recession and a bunch of wait, I have a question. I have a question. I have a question.
Putting salt licks and food in your backyard, the deer and elk are.
If banks specifically go under, do you have insurance from do you agree with that there should be insurance to the federal government to FDIC insure a certain amount of money at least? Should you be able to rely on that? Unmute your mic. You gotta unmute your mic. Click the microphone in the bottom right. Give him a second, everyone.
I don't know how that happened. Sorry.
For sure.
Anyway, the thought, you're splitting a lot of hairs here. Free lunch is not the same as insuring people's bank accounts.
Well, no, you just said you shouldn't have to rely on the government any type of way, and I'm just giving you an example where we already are totally okay with relying on the
Not every
government.
way. Like I said, not every way.
Okay, sure. I'm not saying in every way. By saying that we should have access to food and health insurance, I'm not saying that we should rely on the government in any way. I mean, in every way. I'm saying that in some ways, right, it is the way that it is the case that we should rely on the government. And I think it's totally fine to rely on the government.
Okay, here's a missing aspect. Okay, one, if you're telling me about government assurance and insurance for your money in a bank and then free lunch and health insurance, you're talking two totally different things that you want to tax. But I guarantee you, if there was, and we have the technology to do it now, for me to choose what I want my money out of my check to go to, okay, I'd have my own priority list. And then everybody would be able to decide what their money wants to go to. And I think that when I'm sitting here, I've got one insurance company that I choose from instead of the union, the great unions protecting everybody. You're saying, hey, you know what? We've got 3 insurance companies you can go choose from. Go look at the plans. Now, those 3 insurance companies are going to drive down their prices to get the customers. But whenever the government gets involved and say, hey, we're going to subsidize stuff, it always ends up in more debt. So
Trump is the one that signed. By the way, Trump is literally the one that signed off on more debt-related spending, and his campaign plans would do more debt-related spending in the next administration. And you did not care about that. You don't want to know why we get more debt? Because you vote for it. You literally are voting for it right now. If you cared about the debt, if you even cared about the argument you just made, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump in the very first place. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I would have, because afterwards, when you find out that the other side spent over $1 billion and they're still in the hole, you know what? I'll still go with the person
the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicated Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending in his first administration, and the campaign plans for his next administration would do $4 trillion more.
Look, Elon Musk and his super techs went in and showed in literally like a week, if you stopped the waste and the money, you could have all these things you're talking about. But when you go and you track the dollars and you take out $100 of my money and $10 goes to the things you're talking about and the rest goes to all the hands it had to pass through to get there, then it's a messed up system. And it doesn't matter what color you put to it. And that's why I think that, no, less government. Let the states decide what they want to have. People can move to the states. If it's easier for me to jump over to Idaho, buy an acre of land for $20,000, put a cow, put some chickens, so I don't have to worry about the grocery store stuff, and it's easier for me to go in there and do that as opposed to Oregon, where you've got literally $8,000 to come out of your pocket before you can stick a shovel in a piece of land that you own. There's the problem. So I think that if either side was to go in and just reelect new people in there and say, you know, we need to cut this bureaucracy down and let local governments and the states figure out how to best serve these people, then you'd be good to go. And that way it stops getting into the petty arguments of, oh, look, here's a graph, here's this, and it's this, and the twisting of the words. No. What really gets it done? Get all the ancient people out of the government. Get people in there like yourself.
Like Trump. Get Trump out. Get Trump out, right?
Whoever gets the job done. And right now he's done more in the time that he's had in there. And yes, there's some stuff that people disagree with. I get that. I don't care about the Epstein file other than I hope the victims there was justice for them. But at the end of the day, I can't put a roof over my kid's head because I've got 16 offices. Well, actually, I'm embellishing that. It was 9 offices I had to go through to the tune of about $13,000 just to have permission to do what I want on my piece of property. And that's wrong. And I see all the people around here who are on food stamps, who are on health plans, who are on all that stuff, but they're still living out in the woods because they can't afford to put something over their head. Now, you want to blame that to the policies that Biden did when he was in, or do you want to blame that to the policies that Trump put in there before he did? Good, but it's not solving the problem. And the only way to do it is to, hey, we'll stay divided, but let's find one common thread. I will vote everybody out, any incumbent out, You guys vote every incumbent out, start that movement. I guarantee
That's not
you,
a smart way to
all
think
this
about
stuff
things. It's not. You're not going to get everyone on board for just voting out every incumbent. You have to vote out specifically certain conditions. Like, let's stop voting in people specifically like Mitch McConnell, who are like 90 years old, right? Who have been in Congress forever, that do not actually like vote for like the American people, for example. Or you could like Donald Trump, you know, would be a great example. If you wanted to specifically do this, you would have started with not voting for Donald Trump and instead voting for Kamala Harris. But you didn't care about that. Donald Trump is the incumbent.
Right, I didn't. They would have put it
Or not the
way more
incumbent. Has
definitely
already been
right
in
now.
office.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, but again, you know, look, when Obama and who was the first guy he ran against? Senator from Arizona. War hero veteran. Why am I forgetting his name? Anyway, I voted for the better record. I didn't vote for Obama. But when Obama got in the second time, I did vote for Obama because I don't want to change the horse mid-race, and I didn't think Mitt was going to do anything better than, you know, let him get his time in and see how things turn out. So, again, I think that if you get rid of the division, a lot of the problems are solved because the statement's made. We need to get things done and get things efficient, and we can have all these things. But when I'm reading my tax dollars are going to all these other places, I'm like, that's not feeding the kids I get in my classroom every day. That's not putting clothes on their back. That's not providing an opportunity for the parents to go get something and build it up with their family.
I understand you want to incentivize. Listen. I understand that you want to incentivize other people specifically to work themselves. The best way to incentivize them to work themselves is not to restrict children from having food, or specifically people from having access to health insurance. That's ridiculous. You're leading to more people dying because of lack of access to health insurance, because of lack of access to food in these certain contexts, because it is the case that you are wanting to support Donald Trump. So if you want to talk about the conditions that are going to exist for people, they are going to be significantly worse off because of Donald Trump's particular policy that are referencing right here. And you're saying you care more about your tax cuts than you care about children having food?
Look, the best example I can give you right now, he went in and he's cutting out the Department of Education. And what I've seen in that trend so far is I saw a little bit of, oh no, bad Trump, you know, what about the children, all that stuff. But then what I'm seeing the state do and the district do is they're getting rid of a lot of stuff that really impeded. They've now able to provide and use the money how they want to provide better.
What did I just say? What did I just say?
You're trying to talk about incentivizing people to go back and work. It's not incentivizing. It's called giving them a purpose.
No,
okay?
You're not listening to me. Let me explain again, because you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. I said you can incent.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, you're talking about incentivizing. I'm talking about giving people a purpose. People need a purpose.
What the fuck does
and
that
when
mean?
a kid comes to school, okay, let me give you that. Okay, I'll give you this last example, and I'll let you get on to someone next. If a kid comes to school and he walks in, grabs a free lunch, takes one thing out of it, he's got an iPhone, a car parked out in the rig, does that kid really need free lunch? They can't afford it.
I'm sorry. If they qualify for the free lunch, shut the fuck up. If they qualify for the free lunch, yes, they deserve it. Absolutely. What? Just because a kid has a phone doesn't mean that they shouldn't eat. Like what? What type of crazy shit is that? Children should have food, yes. Every kid deserves to be fed. What's crazy about that? Is that some radical take to you? Like, welcome to 2025, where conservatives are arguing that it's a fucking radical take that children deserve to eat. That's the radical take. Liberals are too woke. They're advocating for children to eat. That's not woke. What do you mean too woke?
Parents need to provide for their families first. Parents need to provide for their families. Assistance is available, but it's not long term. So there's where you're getting your niche at. You just want to come out and give this stuff for free, but you don't see the sociological impact on the families when they're not driven to provide these things for themselves. And you could go in and spend the time in a local public school anywhere, a couple of months, you'll see the problems that there are. That's what creates entitlement. That's what creates I deserve this.
Yes,
that's where
every fucking person deserves to. Yes, dude, I'm sorry. Is this a radical take, Robert? Every person deserves to eat. I don't give a fuck. Every
No, but-
person deserves to eat.
Yeah.
I'm paying into the system. I'm paying into the system too. That doesn't give you any more right to say that people don't deserve to eat than I fucking do. I pay into the system just like you do.
Dude, you give them. You and I are different down to this one core. You want to give them a fish every day. I'd rather give them a fishing pole. That's the difference.
I would rather give them both, you fucking weirdo. I'd rather give them both. I'd rather make sure they're fed and make sure that they have the ability to then go and get it out for themselves as well. You understand these baseline fucking social safety nets provide for people to then be able to do that in the first place? Listen. Do I need to mute you?
Listen, dude. It's a fishing pole, not a fucking.
Shut up. Listen, well, I'm trying to explain it to you right now. I'm literally trying to explain it. I want to do both. I want to ensure that not only people can get food for themselves, but also specifically are fed to be able to get to that point in the very first place. These social safety nets provide a baseline to ensure that regardless, everyone is taken care of.
Okay, I can agree with you on that up to the point where you and I need to make a decision. Whereas if and I'm going to use a metaphor here, when you're teaching a little kid to ride a bike, you got your hand on their back and you're kind of helping them out. At what point do you take your hand off the back and let them figure it out on their own?
Not when you know they're going to fall. If you know for sure that they're going to fall, wait. If you can prevent them from falling, would you do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's literally all I'm saying.
But the problem is, you got to let them fall down sometimes and help them up and straighten it out and get it going again. You don't just let them fall and bail out. So the line needs to be set in agreement in the middle where both sides can agree. Where do we draw that line? And the line that Trump did with all his cuts to everything was much farther than what a lot of people agree with. But
which is
think
bad.
There needs to be. I do think there needs to be a time limit. I do. Somewhere. I don't have it set. I've seen kids that need that hand on their back a little bit longer, and I've seen kids that they show up and they're buzzing around. You got to figure it out. It doesn't mean you keep giving it to them.
Okay, but
and then the other big thing.
Let me explain this. Let me explain this. If you provide a social safety net for everyone, it is the case that then you have a baseline for everyone to then have more social mobility. If you have the certainty that you're going to be taken care of regardless, given that it is the case that you can't provide for yourself in a certain circumstance, you still have that certainty that you're going to be taken care of. And that actually creates better conditions for people to be able to go and find it themselves as well. Let me give an example. Unemployment insurance, right? It gives people better conditions in the labor market, specifically to bargain for higher wages, because they don't have to pick the first job that they see that's open. They can wait to specifically ask for better conditions and higher pay so that they can then have better working conditions. Does that make sense?
Okay,
But that level of social safety net and baseline ensured that they were then treated better and they were then able to take care of themselves.
I hear what you're saying. However, there's a concept that I think needs to be understood. When I took my jobs, I took whatever job I would get and do the best I could because I had to provide for myself. Whenever I lost a job, my butt went out there and found another one because, if I get on unemployment, I'm a wussy. And I don't need free government. I'll go take care of the stuff myself. That's a mentality that needs to be fostered along the way. And I think that honestly, you and I don't have a big difference other than who we think we voted for, and we want to go at each other that way. But again, I'm still standing on it. Get all this stuff out. You want to have universal health care? We could have it. You want to have lunches for everybody? Honestly, I appreciate the argument. If a kid's forced to go to school all day, they should have lunch provided. Okay? But
the literal bill cuts that for 420,000 children. Secondly, if you want to reference the access to health insurance, yes, everyone in this country should have health insurance. I believe in Medicare for all. I believe in a public option. I believe that everyone should be taken care of.
There's a little quasi-study I did a while back when I was wrapping up in college, and it was very interesting. In the rural town that I grew up in, there is a grocery store owned by a chain. And in the grocery store, people would go to a different town to get groceries and stuff, but when they were down here, the prices were higher. The excuse was, we got to, haul that stuff a little further. But then when the research was done, the Walmart rigs go down the same road. All these roads go down. The fact was, in higher areas where higher poverty and SNAP cards were used, grocery stores raised their prices. So until you can understand the anomaly of, well, if the government's providing for it, we'll raise our prices so we get that free government money. You know, so if you can somehow show me in the ripple effect of economics of where these people who have their businesses and they're selling bread and milk and eggs don't raise their prices because there's more government money in there to provide for the needy, then all the problems we got would be solved in terms of being able to have a universal health care and those things. But what people see is I go in there with my check and I spend $400 or $500 for groceries, and that puts me down lower because I don't qualify to go get the free stuff, where I see other people going in there throwing all kinds of junk. Let me ask you this one question. Do you agree that Kennedy is on the right track from saying, hey, all the bad food, soda pop, the sugar, the bad stuff shouldn't be sold on the SNAP cards? Or do you think people should be able to go in there and get whatever they want?
I don't think that his goal specifically is the health of Americans. Do I think people should be able to get access to it? Yeah, they should be able to buy that specifically. I don't think that you should have types of restrictions on that. I don't see the need for that. Obviously, if you want to incentivize to be healthier, you can do that, and you can try to provide those resources for people without saying that people just shouldn't be able to get certain types of foods, especially given that there are different types of conditions around the U.S. for people having lack of access to different types of foods and whatnot. But I just want to say this. You're saying corporations are so greedy, they're just going to price gouge given that there's an increase in how much people have access to in terms of being able to actually buy food rather than not being able to buy food. So then why do you not support price gouging policy to limit that Kamala Harris was advocating for, along with specifically, or why would you support Donald Trump's trickle-down economics policy? Because then wouldn't they just want to hoard all the money to themselves to benefit themselves or do whatever the profit maximizing condition is for themselves rather than to give back to the employees? It wouldn't make any sense for them to give money to their employees unless they profited off of it.
You're never going to come up with price gouging policies. There's no such thing as a policy to tell a business in a capitalist society, hey, you can't charge this much for this. And
that does exist. We've done that before. Like, for example, price caps on insulin, $35 cap on insulin per month for everyone on Medicare.
So then you're down cutting all the prices for the drug companies that charge us more for drugs and sell them at cheaper prices in other countries.
So then let's make it so they can't price gouge Americans. Do you agree?
That's what he just did. He told the manufacturers you're going to sell the drugs same price here as you do everywhere else.
All he did was ask. He didn't actually give any type of legal enforcement.
But you're not telling me if you support that or not.
I think that I think that they should be paying that, but I just don't think he did any policy to actually change that, whereas Democrats have been advocating for this for a really long time.
All right, look, kid, I'm going to tell you a couple of things I tell some of my students. Don't get caught up in the left and right. Your generation has the best opportunity to rethink the whole game and get all these things that you want, save money, and let everybody have a baseline that you feel they need to have. But it takes going in there and rooting around and getting the stuff that you don't see. One of the big assignments I give is when kids do a bill, save the starving pygmies in New Guinea. That's a great bill. What's all the pork that's put in it? And like I said, with the technology your generation's coming up with and following and doing, you've got an opportunity to go look at the left and the right, say you're both all screwed up. Here's how we're going to do it and make it better. And your generation has got to get on the ball for that. So I love your arguments coming back and forth, picking a side. You got to stop picking a side because you guys are your own side. And you've really got an opportunity.
In reality, you pick the side in which is going to help people. You pick the side that's going to be compassionate. You pick the side that's going to care about others. You pick the side that's going to be there for others. That's not the Republicans. The Republicans don't do that. Now, if you want to talk about picking the truth, you pick the truth rather than what's false. That's also a choice that you make. You said don't pick a side. I pick the truth. I'm not gonna two sides the truth. That makes no sense.
But false and true are always going to be subject to interpretation. And if you're going to say, well, this side feels better to me, so I'm going to argue against the other side, But you guys
Do you want me
are
to give you an
young enough
example?
and smart enough.
I'll give you an example of something that's objectively verifiable information. Donald Trump said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. 97% of climate scientists indicate the climate is increasing in global temperature and it's caused by humans. That's him denying objectively verifiable information. I pick truth. I'm picking a side. Are you going to pick a side?
And there's a 1,000 other scientists out there that will give you the exact opposite argument with it just as well as data and science and people out there.
No, they're not.
And that sticks.
No, they're not. 97% of climate scientists indicate the climate is increasing in global temperature and it's caused by humans. I don't think there's a single climate scientist that would say that the climate is going to start decreasing in temperature. Like, I seriously, I don't know if there's a single one.
The scientists that go and chopped up how they did those studies. So, like I said, man, there's both sides. I've seen people as just as smart.
There's
and
not a
awesome as
single
you.
name a single climate scientist that indicates that there is going to be decreasing global temperatures.
Jordan Peterson. He's not a climate scientist, but he did go and
He's
review
not a
ton
climate scientist,
of
and I don't
the
think that he said the climate's going to start decreasing in temperature. And the fact that you said
Okay.
Jordan Peterson is crazy.
So let me ask you this.
Not a climate scientist,
How
not
is
even close.
How is it that taxing me up to 60% is going to change any of that, if it's true?
How is taxing...
And if any of that were true, insurance companies wouldn't insure beachfront properties. So again, I think
listen here. So again, that's always within the context of 30 years, and no one's saying that there's going to be so much sea level rise that it is the case that there's going to be no houses in existence at all. But we have lost some houses to sea level rise, and it is the case that it affects different areas around the globe, right? Different levels, given that there are different areas around the globe that are closer to the sea level, right, or lower than where we are specifically here in the United States, based on different areas in which we are. Plus, we have certain types of responses as well. But we have to acknowledge that 100 million people are going to be subject to climate migration by 2100. Right? That's what the projections are indicating. And that's because of the increasing global temperatures that's causing certain areas of the globe to not be inhabitable for humans anymore because it's too hot, because of severe weather, because of different agricultural conditions.
Let me get you to reality. So say this gets in there, you get in your power, your party comes up, and you're like, hey, we got to tax everybody up to 60% because of this climate thing. In
That's
30
not what I'm
years,
saying.
if you're
I'm not
wrong,
saying we're taxing everyone 60%. And when you say wrong, wait, by the way, people wait, hold up. Did you say a slur earlier? I saw there was like one or two people that said that used a slur.
What slur did I use?
I didn't hear anything. I don't know.
I didn't use one. I would never do that on your show, but sorry. I respect your platform and stuff. I would never use that. But my point is, if the climate people are wrong and they try to put all these emissions, they slow down a lot of stuff, they make sure the footprint's done. If you're wrong in 30 years, does my family get the money back that I was taxed for this proposed issue?
Okay. Do you get your money back?
Well, I'm just saying, if the climate control takes, all that, and we got a tax, and we have to put up windmills and all this other stuff, and people have to pay more money into it because it's a tax credit or whatever. And in the end, 30 years from now, like, oh no, that wasn't right. We're actually growing more trees in the world. There's actually more of this. It's not as bad as we think. Or do the people that had to get taxed for this climate stuff get their money back?
So did the people get the money back from the climate policy? I'm confused.
Look, you're saying, oh, climate change. What does that lead to? That leads to the government imposing all these emissions and all this stuff. Oh, you can't drive a diesel truck because, it's diesel.
Can I explain? No one's saying the certain conditions you're referencing. We're talking about a transition over time. But the reason as to why, because there is going to be I'm so confused right now. There's like a million people saying a million different things. I'm so confused. So in terms of climate policy, the point of these different types of regulations is to increase social welfare, because it is the case that when you impose a regulation, you then change the level of distribution that they have for a certain good, right? Then meaning that there's going to be less pollution, right? Then yielding less negative impacts in terms of health, which then leads to more social benefit within society.
I got that. That's a nice dream and everything. But again, the reality is if you look at ancient history all the way up, that's been migration movement, wars, all that bad stuff has always happened. And the idea is that now we got this great climate thing that you can't touch or see. It's just whoever's in power gets to get those scientists to justify it. Then they want to go and start making a bunch of rules. And then when you have a society, say you get to the end of it, but then that society has a hiccup and the debt skyrockets and everything's going bad, what about your safety nets then?
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go to the next person?
No, man. Cool conversation. Glad we agree to disagree. And hopefully, like I said, I'll just throw this out there. We all change the incumbents, and I think things will get better. And like I said, your generation's got a better opportunity of looking at both systems going, here's where you're both messed up, and this is where we're going to move to and get it done. And instead of these back and forth arguments. Because every president from the way back when, both sides were always just creating issues doing it. But keep at it, dude.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here. Do give it a minute, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Bio, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Bio in the comment section right now. Coffee Drinker, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Master Yoda, or Jedi Yoshi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you for the $2 again as well. Evelyn, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Put some W's for Evelyn in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Rachel, thank you for the $2. Ariana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christina, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Annie. I thought that was true. I didn't think that they touched Medicaid or food stamps. I'd have to go and check back, though. I thought it was something else. Simon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Katie with the $5. Parrish with the $20. Thank you so much, Parrish. I really appreciate it. Noelle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Rachel. Give some W's for Rachel in the comment section right now. Thank you so much again. Noelle with the $10 and Vivian with the $50. Can we get some W's for Vivian in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Vivian. I really appreciate it. Seriously, W's for Vivian in the comment section right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $1. Tara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Amanda with the $10. Thank you. Twice, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ashley, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Allison, thank you so much for the $5. Rob with the $1. Haley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We get some W's for everyone in the comment section. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So if you want to support me, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let me go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're simply just looking for some debates. We're about 3.5 hours into the stream, everyone. We probably have another few hours left on the stream, depending on whenever Dean hops on. I don't think Dean's hopped on yet. He should be on probably later. Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
07.
What month?
May.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I'd say I think his...
What state do you live in?
Foreign policy. California.
What time is it?
Don't know.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Joshua with the $50. Thank you so much, Joshua. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Joshua in the comment section right now. They said a nonprofit studying climate risks, First Street Foundation, identified increasing insurance prices and reduced coverage due to high climate risks in nearly a quarter of U.S. real estate. This admin denies climate change and will foot the bill on us. That's so real. I'm going to read that one more time. I think that's really fucking important information. W's for Joshua in the comment section for the $50. A nonprofit studying climate risks, First Street Foundation, identified increasing insurance prices and reduced coverage due to climate risks in nearly a quarter of U.S. real estate. ProMix, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Evelyn, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, only if the people on the right saw that. Honestly, though. Like, the thing is, I do, like, empathize with, like, the, like, it's not left and right, it's top and down sort of mentality, but, like, it's both. I think we can't just say it's one or the other. Because, like, it is people on the right oftentimes, too. Like, I do think there are people on the right, especially in terms of certain views, that, like, we have to address as well. But there's points to address both. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, I accidentally pushed the button.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hi. I'm 18, 2007. My birthday was in June.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
Okay, so first I want to Okay, I want to ask you. So I'm sure you already know. Many people in here already know. But there was a shooting in Minneapolis just a few days ago, and I would like to take the time to mourn the 2 children who lost their lives. And I feel very, very upset about it. But I would like to ask you one thing about gun control and another thing about.
And if you could go back in time, you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why?
I just think he's a better leader, and from what I've heard, he has better policies. With, I'm pretty sure he passed something about animal abuse and something like that. I'm not sure. I don't really remember.
You support him
right
because he's against animal abuse?
Yeah, and the big beautiful bill and
By the
stuff.
way, that was a bipartisan bill, the PACT Act that you're referencing. And then if you want to reference broader context, you're okay with children starving. Right, in this country, 420,000 children getting kicked off of school lunch and breakfast, 2.5 million people off their food stamps per month, along with over 10 million people off their health insurance because of that policy?
Oh, well, that's not good.
You should look into the big beautiful bill because it literally cuts people off of Medicaid, food stamps, and then free school lunch and breakfast. So children will literally be starving at school because of this.
Well, that's not good at all. I will look up specifically what things are in the big beautiful bill and what changes would be made if it were to be passed permanently. But in the meantime, I really wanted to talk about this. Do you think that people should be allowed to be misgendered if they have done bad things?
No.
Not at all?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I agree, but my reasoning is very poor. So, could you give me your reasoning instead in case, because I've seen so many people care about...
Totally not a Trump supporter if they're asking me that question, by the way. There's no way they're a Trump supporter. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bum-ass nigga.
Ew. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? What was that?
How old are you?
39.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
M the City is here, where I expose these fucking liberals on this panel. They think they know everything about the world, but they're clueless on how things works. So, how's it going?
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Why do I support him? Well, hello. M the City is here. I'm gonna tell you why I support
Can you turn
Trump.
off the music in the background?
Can I turn off the music? No. I'm speaking in...
Okay, I'll just kick you then. What? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
you. 6'7". 6'7".
Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, oh, hello, Parker.
How old are you?
I am 23.
Do you support
What
Donald
about you?
Trump?
I do.
For sure. Why so?
I think Donald Trump being the president will show the majority of people why not to vote for a person like him.
Okay.
Like climate change, you know?
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. They weren't a Trump supporter. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
So, I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2001.
And you said you're 23. 1 month.
Yeah, go ahead, do the math. You can't figure that out.
I said what month?
Oh, September.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's making Canada great. I live in Canada and he's destroying the U.S. It's going to be great for us.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Apparently, Canadian MAGA cannot read. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, you a bitch.
How old are you?
I said you a bitch.
And how old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
3/10/99.
Okay. So why are you so mad at me?
I ain't mad at you, bro. You liberals are a bunch of dumbasses. It just cracks me up.
Okay. How am I a dumbass? I can't hear you, man. You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you. How about this? How many branches of government are there? You want to come back into the app? I can't hear you, man. How many branches of government are there? You gonna come back, man? I guess he's scared of that question, chat. I guess he's scared of that question. Look, he ran away. Look, MAGA Snowflake runs away from facts. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
I don't think they're actually 25. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
January,
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
because he's cool.
Santiago, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Rue, thank you so much for pushing the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Literally calls me dumb. I ask him how many branches of government there are, and he leaves. Immediately hit with facts. Red, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, how does perpetual growth in a finite system work? Dropping the price of something 1,500% has the same energy. Please answer. I'm so confused. You're talking about in our system where we have finite system? I'm confused. There is an increasing amount of population in the U.S. and then also perpetual growth in technology. So there could be a decrease in the level of people, but there could be an increase in the technology. So we could also be utilizing the resources that we have in a more efficient way. So you can have growth in a system in which you have the same amount of resources, given that there's a real growth due to technological increase. Lest, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Osiris, thank you so much for the $20. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Osiris. Let's go on the next person here. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Shanta, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Jeremy with $1. Thank you. Amanda, again, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Abortion argument. I see. I'll make sure to check that out. I'll make sure to check that out. If I remember. If I remember. Hopefully I do. Absolutely, Amanda. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on the next person. If you want to support, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to the about. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think he has good border policies, and I think his economic policies are good.
Okay. What economic policy? What border policy?
I think in his first term with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, increasing the child tax credit was good, and increasing the standard production was also good.
So you said, so repeat those again, sorry?
I said increasing the child tax credit and increasing the standard deduction, and then also lowering the alternative minimum tax in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Okay, so
and then for his border policies, I think, yeah.
Oh, I was just saying, in terms of the different aspects of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that you're referencing, those aspects are good. But if you look at the net effect, most of the tax cuts go to the rich and wealthy. And if you wanted to do just a tax cut specifically for people who like are lower and middle income, well, then we would all support that. We'd be fine with that, and we'd think that's a good thing. But that's not what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is, nor the Big Beautiful Bill, because the Big Beautiful Bill specifically cuts over 420,000 children off their access to free school lunch and breakfast. 2.5 million people off their food stamps per month on average, and then also over 10 million people off their health insurance, decreasing after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners and for the bottom 10% by $1,200 a year, adding $3.4 trillion to the debt, and then giving disproportionate tax breaks to the millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, I don't support everything in the Big Beautiful Bill. I support some aspects of it. Like, for example, I support increasing the tax credit from the CHIPS Act from 25% to 35%. And I also support like increasing drilling and stuff and like natural gas and stuff and other forms of energy. So
we had the highest level of domestic production of oil under the Biden-Harris administration. Plus, we also invested in renewable energies. So if you want better types of energy prices and policy, well, then you wouldn't support the Trump tariffs, and you also wouldn't support like the defunding of the gutting of the different types of aspects of the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, I mean, I just like in Trump's first term, he opened up the Keystone Pipeline, which Biden just gutted. This would have added like, I think 5,000 jobs. So Biden like got rid of those jobs. So I thought that was really bad.
No, that was the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did that specifically. And also Biden didn't open up the Keystone Pipeline. The Keystone Pipeline is still open and was open under Biden. You're talking about the XL portion of the pipeline that was shut down again by the Supreme Court because of the ecological concerns specifically in that particular region. Plus there was a treaty with indigenous people in that area where they had control over that area and they did not consent to it.
Well, if I may be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure Biden's first day in office in 2021, he signed an executive order that revoked the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline.
He followed through with the Supreme Court order.
Well, I mean, I thought it was an executive order. So if I'm incorrect about that, that's my bad. But I thought it was
an executive order to follow through with the Supreme Court order.
Oh, okay. I just thought it was an executive order to get rid of it completely. I didn't know about the Supreme Court. And then, I think Trump's border policies are pretty good. I think like he's going to like rebuild the wall. They just started doing that again. So I think that's good. And I also think I think getting rid of like the gang members is good too, because those people are like super violent. So I think that's
So
good.
we should get rid of violent criminals. Hello? Hello? Are you there? He just left. What the fuck? Bro, why? What's up with this? Did he just like lose connection midway? Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Evelyn. I really appreciate it. And Sray, thank you so much for the $20. Juno isn't here. Juno is at my girlfriend's parents' house. But Juno is so cute. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dom, thank you so much for the $25. I've been listening since the beginning, trying to remember when that was. Almost 4 hours ago. I started like 9 a.m. Like a few minutes after 9 a.m. So we're almost to 4 hours for today. Everyone hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that if you hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everybody. 1 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why? Or what's your birth year, sorry?
It's 2006.
It's 2006. What's up, Dean, in the YouTube chat? How you doing, man? 2006, what month?
March.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, because he's getting rid of the rapists, the drug dealers, the cartels, and that's why.
Okay, so then you want to get rid of rapists, so you should get Trump out of the Oval Office, right?
Well, actually, the Epstein files were all invented by James Comey and Obama and George Soros, so it's all
Then why didn't they
fake.
release
It's
it if
all
it has no
hoax.
Democrats on it? If the files were created by them, why did one, Trump say that he'd release it? And two, why is it the case that they didn't drop it, given that it would have had no one on there that is Democrat affiliated?
Well, you look at it, the Epstein files were actually from the laptop from hell in Hunter Biden's bathroom. So,
No, they're
you
not.
know it. The entire stream knows it. Yes, they know.
Okay,
Hunter Biden
you're
created it
totally
from
trolling.
his bathroom.
Can you admit that you're trolling?
Can you admit that your hairline is finished?
It is cooked. My hairline's cooked. Now, can you admit reality?
Oh, how about you admit you have to get like a low taper fade, okay?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Jeez. Now watch that turn into a ninja edit. I'm gonna see that on my For You page later. There's gonna be a ninja edit. How much you want to bet? Like that meme has been happening for so long. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm pretty sure. Did that happen? I'm pretty sure, Dean, did that happen to you before? I think that happened to you before. Didn't it? I swear that did. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I agree, or I like his policies with abortion a little bit more, and I think for like.
How old are you? Sorry.
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
5/20/07.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And why is that?
I support him on abortion more, and I think his foreign policies, or not policies, but I think he's ultimately better for diplomatic relations.
He's better for diplomatic relations. How? In what way?
I think that like with Russia and China, especially in the far future, I think I think we're gonna have to like work with them kind of, and like at least with like Ukraine, like
Work
I
with
know
who?
like
Sorry.
Russia and China.
Oof. So, explain to me how Trump wants to work with Putin that you think is good.
Oh, I don't think he wants to work with Putin. I just think that if it comes to it, he'll be much better than Kamala if she is president. He agreed. We're not agreed, but I could be totally wrong. Sorry. I just got my wisdom teeth out like a day ago and I'm kind of drugged. But if I remember right, I'm pretty sure that he was more towards like Ukraine conceding land, and I think that's the only way the war will end.
You know what? I actually might have to kick you for that because it's not because of anything that I want to kick you for. It's because TikTok TOS. I don't know if you can say that. Just letting you know. So, hey, Jacob, come back another one of these days. Tell me that I said that you can come back, and I will have a conversation with you. I got to kick you off right now so that I don't get the rest of my push restricted for the day.
My bad.
No. I get it. Don't worry. You know, that's one of those things where I can't like tell people that, and I can't have the rules set up on stream and no one really knows it. You didn't do anything wrong. Just make sure to come back on a separate day, and I will be able to have a full conversation with you. I feel really bad because I want to have that conversation, and I wish that didn't restrict the stream. But how much you want to bet within like a minute or two, I have a notification, or I get a flag that tells me that it says like uncomfortable or something. Rachel, think of the $10. Thank you. Don't worry, Rachel. Don't worry. I have so many people here to like help me, like, and be there to support me. So, you know, I'm so thankful. Dom, thank you so much for the $10. I mean, the very beginning, years when you started. Yes, in 2021. Yep. You see, I just got it. Chat. I just got the remove thing. So, Jacob, that was actually a good call from me. That was a really good call from me because you just got a flag for it, and it would have limited my push if I kept you on the stream. So, do just make sure to come back a different day. I knew that would happen. Amanda, think of the $50 though, Amanda. Thank you so much for I love your hairline, Parker. Thank you so much, Amanda. I appreciate it. Thank you for that mustache as well. Thank you so much, Amanda. Can we have some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as the pinned comment on YouTube. Also, if you want to support me for free, everyone, follow me here on this account on TikTok, or you can subscribe to me here on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it, as always. I'd really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, Parker.
What's your birth year?
2005, June 12th.
What month?
And
oh, you're so gross. So gross. So gross. I hate people. I hate people so much. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. This is why I recommend everyone to go to YouTube, everyone, because TikTok sucks. TikTok is disgusting. I'm sorry, everyone. That was gross. That was so fucking gross. If you didn't look at your screen, don't worry. You're better off because of that. I will try to make sure that person is banned. I have to find them and get them banned after. I have to do it after the stream because I can't see their account right now. That's so fucking gross. That's so fucking gross. Oh, thank you for blocking them, Justin. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they moon the stream for people asking. They're fucking weird. That person should be in prison. So gross. Again, that's why I recommend everyone go over to YouTube or just like not look at the screen when I add people up. Like, to be totally honest, Percy Confetti, thank you, because TikTok is just what's it called? It doesn't allow for me to make it so that they can't turn their cameras on. Like, if I could, I would make it so no guest could ever turn their camera on. Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate the train. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Rue, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Nina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I really hope that this federal takeover doesn't happen everywhere. It's so fucking scary. Hale, thank you so much. I appreciate the corgi. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
I think just because moon, baby. Like
You're so fucking gross, dude. I literally clicked disconnect and it doesn't. Like, why do they keep doing this? Mods, please. Please get them. What the fuck? What is going on, dude? That person is so fucking gross, dude. So fucking gross. Please, like, TikTok, can you please fix your platform? I'm sick of this. I'm actually so sick of it. Like, I've been asking TikTok to fix this for so long and they won't do it. They won't fix it. TikTok could easily fix it by literally making it so that I can turn off the ability for guests to turn on their camera. TikTok, can you please fix it? TikTok, please. I'm serious. This is why I'm telling people on TikTok to go over to YouTube, because it's like there's literally nothing I can do about that except for just kick them off. So please go over to YouTube. I'd really appreciate that. Do give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh, 42.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely not. I pocket dialed you by accident.
I appreciate you so much. Don't worry. Don't worry at all. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. I don't really know if we have guests right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And what's your birth year? Dude, they just did it again. I'm getting off. I'm quitting. I can't do this anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. What the fuck is going on, dude? I'm so sick of this shit. They just made 3 separate fucking accounts, dude. TikTok needs to fix their shit. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Why am I getting no guest requests right now? Seriously, I'm getting no guest requests and I have fucking people doing that. It's so annoying. Holy fuck, why is that person allowed to do that? Where's the law enforcement? Where are the fucking police? Where's TikTok? What the fuck are they doing? What are they doing? It is not that hard to fucking prevent this from happening. It's really not. Holy fuck, dude. It's not that fucking hard to prevent this from happening and they won't fucking do it. It is so fucking negligent. I'm so pissed off at it. It's so fucking negligent from TikTok and from the fucking law enforcement to not do anything about that. Jesus fuck. It's so fucking gross. Let's give it a bit for people to join up. To give it a second, everyone. I can't do it anymore. It's so annoying. Do give it a second, everyone, for people to join up. Do tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. We'll help get out to more people. Hopefully we can get some debates for the remaining aspect of the stream, everyone. All right. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Do give it a bit for people to join up. Rue, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rue. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking gross. But thank you so much, Rue. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Rue in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Rue. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W Rue in the comment section. Caleb as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, Caleb. As well as Patricia. Thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope that you can find a job quickly. That's so sad to hear. Harley, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you. Thank you so much. J Boxer, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for blocking them. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand why TikTok and them can't fix that shit. They can ban me a million times, but they can't ban those people. It's so gross. So gross. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a bitch.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why? Are you driving?
The border policy mainly. No, I'm passenger.
Okay, can you unplug from the car real quick? Yeah, you were saying? Why do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now he's lagging. Okay. While he fixes his stuff, everyone, I'll thank some people. Danny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sarah as well. Thank you for the $5. I do have a YouTube. I'm doing this on YouTube. But I don't know if I have enough people on YouTube, because most people are going to be supporters here on YouTube, to be able to just run my debates through YouTube. And also just like, I put so much time and effort into TikTok, where it's just like, I really don't want to give up on TikTok. Really don't want to know. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. First call I've ever heard from you. That's so funny. Brad, thank you so much for the $5. Nathaniel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. As well as Jessica, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Jessica in the comment section right now. And Ariana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'm honestly so used to it. Oh, he just left. I'm honestly so used to it at this point. Let me make sure. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
What's your birth year?
My birth year, 94.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Because he's the lesser of two evils.
Okay. And why do you think he's the lesser of two evils?
Because, I mean, any way you want to cut it, not trying to get, like, you know, too into politics there. I believe that's kind of your page, which I appreciate. First off, this is my first time on your page. I appreciate how respectful you are and how kind you are. And your time is important. You have a whole bunch of people who you talk to. You obviously do this every day. So, yeah, I mean, Kamala, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden just gave an interview with Andrew Cunningham where he was openly talking about how fond he is of crack. I think
you can't say that on live. No. Now I have to
sorry.
kick you, dude. No, I'm so sorry. It reduces the push on the stream. You have to come back another day. No, dude. I'm like, the one time I get a debate, I almost am about to just accept it, chat. I'm almost about to just accept it and just still debate him. Should I just debate him regardless and take the L on the flag? Yeah. It's not like I'm going to be debating that many more people, I guess. No, a lot of people are saying no. Yeah, I see a lot of no's. Okay, all right. I'll try to go to the next person. I'll try to do it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry.
You're
Hit
good.
the
Don't
bra-
worry. You're good. All right. I'm just gonna like literally like check through everyone before. All right. All right. Do give it a second, everyone, for people to join up. We're trying to get the next debate up here. Do give it a second. I'm really trying to get through this. I'm really, really trying. Um... So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Do give it a second, everyone. We're trying to get people up here. I am just trying to figure it out through this way. Because it is the case that I don't want to deal with what I just dealt with, so. Give me a second, everyone. Alright. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates. Let me try the next person. Sorry it's taking me so much longer to find people. I'm just clicking on the accounts and stuff. So do just give me a second, everyone. I have to like literally like search through each account. So I do apologize. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
8.
How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do, but I have a question. Oh, it's off topic from Trump. Are we allowed to debate on abortion on here?
If that's the reason why you support Donald Trump.
Well, it's because I heard you recently claim about abortion.
You're cutting out, but before you go into that, can I clarify? If you had the ability to go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I vote for 3 too.
You're cutting out, man. All right, it's very unfortunate. We're gonna try the next person, everyone. Do give it a second. Do give it a second. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a little bit for people to join up, everyone. Do give it a little bit for people to join up. I'm sorry, I just have to like look through and make sure the guest box. Let me hit a quick restart on that. Go back into it and then see my guest box. Do give it a second, everyone. 1 minute. Just have to go through and check all the different accounts. I don't know. I might just be at the point where I'm about to get off, chat, to be totally honest. Okay, let's try. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I wish I could join as a guest on PC. I would do it more. I literally I don't have my thing to join as a guest, so. I might try a few more people. If I can't get someone within a few more people, I might just give up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
April.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No. I just want to say.
Just give me a second, everyone. I'm trying to get someone up here. I'm trying to get someone. Rue, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I mean, that's a lot to be able to get people, and I just can't run that many people through. The reason why it works specifically this way is because you know what's crazy? I can't see some of the guest requests in the box because I probably have them blocked on this account. I should just add for my phone. Like, jeez, bro, that's so brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
April.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I think he's doing great work protecting the border, gas prices, groceries.
Okay. Gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office. Grocery prices have gone up since Trump got in office. And how is he protecting the border?
He's painting it black so that it will just burn their fingers if they try to climb it. And
What? I'm not even taking that serious. He can join back, by the way, because they can't actually. It's I misinterpreted what he said originally. Like, that's crazy though. That's crazy though. Like, why would you want people to be hurt in that way? That's nuts. Do give it a second, everyone. I don't even remember what that person's name was. All right, do give it a second, everyone. I'll try to get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Yeah, I don't see Gary back in the box, everyone. I don't see Gary back in the box. I would add him back up, but just... I literally don't see him in there. Alrighty, everyone. You know what? I'm just gonna call it. I'm gonna call it. It's just, yeah, my brain kind of hurts, to be honest. There might be a point later on where I come back on, but for now I'm gonna get off. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't have the ability to join Dean and still stay on YouTube Live, so maybe I'll join and go on my phone or something. But yeah, I love everyone so much. I love everyone so much. You can go over to Dean's Live, spam Parker Raid, spam Love Parker. I just want to say thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mary, I appreciate the $10 as well. And Brad, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. Have a good night. Good day, everyone. I will see everyone later. I'll keep you all updated if I end up going live again. Bye, everyone.